Good morning, everyone. If you would take your seat. It's 9 o'clock. Welcome back to the California WaterFix Water Right hearing. I'm Tam Dodek, board member and hearing officer for this matter. Board Chair Felicia Marcus and co-hearing officer will be joining us shortly. To my far right is board member Didi Diadamo. To my left are Dana Hyrick, Diane Riddle, and Kyle Oceandesco. We also have Mr. Baker and Mr. Long assisting us today. The usual announcements, please take a moment and identify the exits closest to you. In the event of an emergency, an alarm will sound and we will evacuate this room. We will take the stairs down to the first floor, exit and cross the street to the park. If you are not able to use the stairs, you will be directed into a protective vestibule. As you know by now, this hearing is being recorded and webcast, so please provide all comments into the microphone and begin by stating your name and affiliation. Our court reporter is here with us again today, and the transcript will be made available on our website upon the completion of Part 1A. If you need to have it sooner, please make arrangements with the court reporting services. Please take a moment and put all noise-making devices on vibration, silent, off, or do not disturb features. As I will do since I was guilty of making a noise yesterday. With that, are there any procedural matter questions that we need to address before we resume cross-examination? Okay, not seeing any. Ms. Meserve, we will continue with your cross-examination.
Good morning, it's OSHA Meserve, continuing cross-examination. As informed by staff that we were able to locate the slide that I was looking for yesterday regarding the flows across the, in the changes in flows in the South Delta. So if we could go to that. I had called it slide 9 from DWR1, but I think that's wrong. Okay.
This is page 8 of DWR 1E corrected.
1E, okay, thank you. Just let me find the right page of notes, I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting that we'd get to ask about that. Well, I think, oh, I see, the numbers were taken away. Yeah, I don't think it's worth asking about at this point. The question I had was, it used to say that there would be a reduction in reverse flows in the South Delta, and there's a specific range given, and I had a question about how that was derived. But with the change in the slide, I'm not sure I can ask those questions. I'll get to the issue of reverse flows in the North Delta later. Let's see. Well, so instead, thank you for finding that. I really appreciate it. So I want to follow up briefly on the issue of low-level pumping, which we spoke about yesterday, of being apparently 900 CFS or 3 times Freeport, just to see if Mr. Milligan or Mr. Lehigh had anything to add to their testimony with respect to how often, if ever, the low-level pumping would be ceased. So I just wanted to give an opportunity to clarify the answers from yesterday, if that would be all right, in case there was anything additional. Is there?
Well, so this is John Lehigh. I think that Mr. Milligan made a good clarification that low-level pumping was up to 300 CFS per intake. I think that if you look at the example that I had put together, there was many periods of time when there was zero pumping occurring at the, or zero diversion occurring at the proposed intakes.
Okay, and would that be reflected, would that be something that we could discuss with the modeling panel in terms of how often that occurred under the modeled scenarios?
Perhaps they would have that information.
Okay. And am I correct in saying that today you still don't have that information right now as we sit here?
I don't have the information over the long term, what the, as far as zero pumping or zero intake at the new diversion. No, I don't have that on the long term, only for the exhibit that was part of my testimony.
Okay. You know, I'm looking at the time and I just have a question for the chair. I sort of think I was I 30 minutes in when we left off? I thought it was more like 15, but maybe I'm wrong.
Just continue,
Continue.
Mr. Serb,
Okay,
and
sorry, I
you know,
just
as
was
long as
surprised
your
by the
line of
number.
questioning is relevant,
okay.
effective, and efficient, we'll be
Yes.
accommodating.
Thank you. Okay, so back on the slide that's been put up now, which is from DWR 1E, is that correct? Can anyone on the panel explain why the words were removed from the more natural flow patterns? That part was removed from this slide?
If it's informative to the board, I can explain what was in our letter that accompanied the errata slides when we submitted them.
Please do.
Thank you.
The errata we removed the captions from this particular graphic because they were representative of press materials and they were not representative of what was being presented in the testimony itself.
Okay.
But why would that particular part change?
I don't have the reasoning behind the press materials, but when we were presenting Ms. Pierre's testimony, we were not presenting the numbers that appeared in the caption.
Okay, and just for the record, the caption on the left next to the fish used to say, reinstate a more natural direction of flows in the South Delta by 46 to 160%.
So, Mr. Serb, are you questioning whether the conclusion, or at least the statements of improvement has been altered, regardless of what number goes there?
That's really my line of, yes, that's
Yeah.
what I'm curious about and trying to understand is that one of the, and I did find, because I looked elsewhere in the testimony, so I found that in Ms. Pierre's testimony, DWR 51, page 8, it says reducing South Delta pumping would provide more natural east-west flow patterns. So that's similar to what's provided, used to be provided under the little fish figure below, or I mean to the left rather. So I was just trying to follow up if there has been a change in the project proponents, representation of what is going to occur if this petition is granted.
Yeah, we did not want to mislead the public by putting out numbers in the PowerPoint presentation that were not representative of the written testimony because it was our understanding the PowerPoints were to be a summary of the written testimony.
Okay. Regardless of the number, though, what about the aspect of improving natural flow? I think is where Mr. Serv was trying to lead.
Yes. Can anyone on the panel speak to the improving natural flows and whether that's still part of the project proponents' representations?
Yes, so I wasn't familiar with the specific numbers that may have appeared on here or not, but the basic concept is still valid, which is with the new North Delta diversion, much of the diversions that currently take place in the south diversion location would be shifted to that North Delta diversion, and the result of that would be a decrease in the amount of net negative flow along Old and Middle River generally.
Okay. Would these reductions in reverse flow in the South Delta occur in every water year under operations?
I think that's probably the case. The modelers would be the better source to, they're the ones that have evaluated all year types. But I would imagine there'd be some reduction in reverse flows in every year.
And can you speak to whether there are predicted increased reduced flows, flow reversals at the North Delta diversion locations under the proposal? I can ask him a more specific question. With respect to looking first at the Sacramento River, would there be an increase in reverse flows on the Sacramento River in the vicinity of the North Delta diversions?
That part of it, I don't have as good an understanding. That would be a better question for the modelers.
Do you know what the increase in reverse flows over current conditions would be in Minor Slough?
I do not. Perhaps the modelers would have that information.
In Georgiana Slough?
Same response.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the flow reversals in the North Delta would increase when the North Delta diversions were being used?
No, I don't have the information.
Do you know what will be done operationally to minimize flow reversals in the Sacramento and the other sloughs I mentioned?
No, I don't have that information. Again, I'd refer you to the modeling panel.
Are there any conditions or limits that DWR or the Bureau has proposed to limit flow reversals in the North Delta as a result of the diversions?
I'm not aware of the specifics on that point.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to move on to discussion about how under operations we would, this project proposes to prevent injury to legal users of water. I recall that during the engineering panel, we heard how the mitigation measures AG1, GW1, or groundwater 1, and groundwater 5, and water quality 11 would prevent injury to agricultural and domestic water users. Would those same measures reduce injury to water users during operation?
I'm not familiar with the measures you're referring to.
Okay. I do have, just to assist the witness in this, in my folder that I just provided, I have a SWRCB Chapter ES, which is Executive Summary of the draft RDEIR. If you could pull that up. I'm sorry, that's, it's under the one that's called Operations, not this folder. There we go. Chapter 0, Executive Summary. And then if we scroll to, sorry, I wasn't able to excerpt this, 82. What page is that? Yeah. So we have AG1 at the bottom, develop an ag land stewardship plan, and keep scrolling down to the next page. And then also for construction and operation, we have an ag stewardship plan, and then which is a several page menu of options of things that DWR might do and the Bureau might do. And then groundwater 1, maintaining water supplies, and then minimizing seepage, and then attempting to reduce water quality. So my question is, are you aware for operations of how these types of things would reduce impacts to legal users of water? Is that part of the plan?
I was not involved in the development of these provisions, so I have no knowledge.
Yesterday we spoke about how you or someone like you might operate the project if built, correct?
Our office would be making kind of the macro water management decisions for any new infrastructure. That's correct.
Who would be responsible for preventing injury and impacts to water users during operation of the project?
Well, it depends on what aspect you're talking about. We have a number of different offices within the department that have various responsibilities.
Is any of that reflected here in the mitigation measures that we were referred to last week for how these injuries would be avoided in construction?
Again, I don't know offhand. I am not familiar with these measures. I wasn't involved in any of the development of the EIR, EIS.
Do you agree with the testimony that you heard about construction, that also during operations, all injury to legal users of water could be avoided through these types of measures?
I have no opinion on that, not being familiar with this.
Okay. How would you explain, or if you have any comment on it, or someone else on the panel, you will see in the, I'll try to use this, that it says significant and unavoidable here under the operation of the proposed water conveyance facility. And there's other impacts like that as well, but I'll just stick with that. Can you explain how the effects from a CEQA and NEPA perspective would be significant and unavoidable or adverse in the last column, and then at the same time not be expected to injure any legal users of water?
Again, I have no opinion on this. I was not involved on any of the development of the EIS.
We're being asked to look at these measures as ways that the injury would be prevented, however, correct? The witness is non-responsive. I'll move on.
Could you repeat the question?
Would you agree we're being told that these are the types of measures that would avoid injury to legal users of water during operations?
I don't know.
Correct? You don't know. Okay. We also heard during the engineering panel that under the environmental commitments, there would be a contact at DWR or the design, whoever was undertaking the construction during construction, in order to have someone for water users and property owners to contact if there was a problem. Do you know if there would be a similar contact or program for during operation of the project? The witness is non-responsive.
Give him a few seconds there.
Sure. I can clarify if there's a problem with the question.
I imagine there would be somebody with the department that could respond to concerns that were project-related, yes.
And who would that be?
I don't know offhand, depends on what the issue is and where, what type of issue. I don't have, it's a very vague question.
Okay, I could give you an example. For instance, what if a nearby water user, like one of the users I represent that has an intake just across from the third southerly intake, and they are experiencing difficulty getting their pumps to work because of the change in water levels? Who would they contact?
Well, these sorts of issues that are, if they're project-related issues, we do have within our Bay Delta office several branches that will deal with these sorts of work with local districts. So for example, the South Delta, we have Mr. Holderman here.
Mr. Leha, let me interrupt here. I think it's a bit unrealistic at this point, Ms. Meserve, to ask Mr. Lehi or anyone to actually name somebody who would be available to address some of these questions and concerns. But you make an important point in that these things need to be addressed, and there has to be some accountability by the project proponents to address any of these concerns. So, Mr. Lehi, without trying to name names that you cannot just pick out of a hat right now, I would suggest you provide responses to Ms. Meserve to the extent that you know in terms of the department's commitment to address her concerns.
Yes, I think as I was saying, the department would be committed to deal with any project-related issues regarding inability or effect on other users to divert as they had without the project in place.
But as of today, and I'm not looking for a name, just to clarify, I was more thinking of a program or some just proposed approach. As of today, Mr. Leahy, you do not have that information, correct?
I don't have the specific information.
Okay.
No.
Are you familiar, Mr. Leahy, with the prior BDCP Chapter 7's governance structure? Was that something you were involved in at all?
No, I was not involved in that.
Is anyone on the panel familiar with that prior version of the project, Chapter 7 governance structure? It's okay. if not,
I will say that I've seen it, but that is quite a few versions ago, and I couldn't begin to tell you which might have been the exact governance structure under a Bay Delta Conservation Plan. That's not the proposed project, though, that we're speaking to today.
Thank you. I only bring it up to ask that, or to point out that that had, although many of us weren't fully satisfied with it, it did have a stakeholder committee that had some kind of input potentially into the operation of the project and also construction in order to address these kind of concerns. Is anyone on the panel aware if there's anything like that planned for the current proposal?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware, is anyone on the panel aware of whether there would be funding in place or assigned for this type of endeavor to address complaints and issues as they arise to prevent injury to water users?
I'm not aware, not to say there isn't, but I'm not personally aware.
I guess it would be Mr. Leahy, are you familiar with the Tort Claims Act, which is the method by which individuals can try to seek damages from the state government?
Hold on, Mr. Morris. Ms.
Calls
Morris,
for
wait.
a legal conclusion.
I asked if he was aware of it.
I think he can answer that question.
Not particularly, no.
Do you know whether affected and injured individuals would have to rely on the Tort Claims Act rather than some other procedure that we've been discussing previously?
Objection.
You need to rephrase that, Ms. Meserve.
Well, since he's not aware of the Tort Claims Act, then it's probably best to move on. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
Okay. I have a question about real-time operations, which has been discussed on this panel. Does that include any track for affected property owners and water rights holders to have input into the operations of the North Delta diversions to prevent injury?
The real-time operations, as I was discussing it, which would be, no, there would not be that involvement. I wouldn't see that there would be that involvement.
Do you anticipate any involvement of the thousands of affected diverters in the Delta in the operation of the project?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Ms. Meserve, would you like to rephrase that?
I guess, is it your position, Mr. Leahy, as far as you know, that there would be no input of the affected diverters in operation of the project?
I can't say for sure one way or the other.
Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to give you something to do, Mr. Holderman. I know you've been wanting something. Let's see. So according to your testimony, DWR 62, you're an expert on the drought barriers, right?
Our office was involved in installing last year's drought barrier at West Falls River, yes.
Was your office also involved in the planning of the northern two barriers that weren't actually put in place in 2014 and 2015, but were considered?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please put up, I have in my folder, it's called DWR Barriers PowerPoint. In the second page. Yes. This is a PowerPoint presentation from 2015 on the drought barriers. Are any barriers in the North Delta proposed as part of the WaterFix?
No.
Okay. This is part of the reason that you were asked to be on this panel, that the barriers were found to cause similar salinity and water level impacts as the WaterFix would, because they remove freshwater flow out of the channels?
I can answer that.
Okay.
My purpose for being here is to answer questions on the South Delta barriers and the Heddle River barrier in the South Delta, nothing in the North Delta.
Just looking at this picture, this is showing the change in elevation from the northern delta, and I'll get to the point, I promise. The little star, it's tiny, but those are the little stars that are the barriers that were proposed, and that's showing the elevational changes. During project operations, does anybody on the panel actually know if there's any visual representation of expected water level changes? I know we had testimony about 0.5 to 1.2 feet, but is there anything similar to this kind of representation in the DWR's exhibits that you know of?
As it relates to the
WaterFix.
proposed North Delta diversions?
Yes.
No, that would be a question for the modelers. I'm not aware that anything of this type exists.
Okay. If DWR finds that information later, I would be appreciative to be pointed to it.
Ms. Meserve, before you move on, do you want to mark this for identification if I didn't hear you reference it?
Sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it later, honestly, but we could mark it as land 1 maybe, or I don't know if I have another one already. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Holderman, for the impacts from the barriers, there were impacts to numerous diversions that required DWR to take action to prevent injury in both the one you actually installed and in the north that was planned, correct?
There were plans being made to address low water levels for the barriers in the North Delta, yes, if we installed them.
Do you know under what conditions the DWR would propose those same barriers again in the North Delta?
They would have to be more critically dry conditions than we experienced last year when we put in just the West Falls River barrier. That was extreme condition. However, it didn't warrant installing the barriers in the north, so it would have to be something worse than that in my view.
Mm-hmm. Do you, Mr. Holderman or Mr. Lehigh, know how the combination of any barriers that could be installed and the new points of diversion, how they would interact if they were both in place?
Well, I don't believe that DWR has modeled that. The chances of putting in North Delta drought barriers would be a rare event. So it isn't something that we've modeled with the new intakes, which won't be online for another 13 years or so at best.
And this pertains back to DWR's program for addressing injury. Mr. Holderman, do you recall discussions with DWR during the barriers that were proposed in the north about replacement water supplies and modifications to diversion intakes that were required or would have been required to protect water users?
Yes.
And was your team able to survey all the affected diversions on Southern Steamboat Slough?
Yes, we did.
Were you ever able to survey from the land?
I wasn't, we had surveyors go out and do those surveys. Most of them were from the water side. I don't know if they needed to access the land to do that. There might have been some cases where they did. If they needed to, they would have needed to get permission from the landowners and possibly from the reclamation districts.
Yes, well, yes, to my knowledge, that never occurred because that was not able to be, I would just correct the record that that was not able to be accomplished. Let's see. How long were you working on the barriers project leading up to the 2015 work in, I'm sorry, DWR was considering barriers in both 2014 and then again in 2015, correct?
Correct.
And by 2015, you mentioned you had a survey, but was that a detailed enough survey that you could actually provide replacement water supplies for if the barrier went in 2015?
The plans were similar to what plans were in place during the late 70s when a North Delta salinity barrier did go in. And what was anticipated is that the diverters that would be immediately downstream of the barriers, one or two barriers that would be installed, would be the most affected on the low tides, as you see in this display. Those that are downstream of the barriers that have diversions that are such that foot and a half decrease in the low water levels would have an effect on their diversion, we would address either, then there's a number of ways to address that, either with extending their diversion, providing supplemental pumping with temporary pumps. There are a lot of different things that can be done. We've done such things in the South Delta for farmers that were downstream of the rock barriers there that were experiencing lower water levels on a low tide when the barriers were in place. And we addressed those farmers and they've been satisfied since we haven't heard anything back in about 15 years. So I think we took care of them. And the same sort of thing would be done for those diverters that are immediately downstream of any North Delta salinity barrier that might be installed.
Do you recall that it was in, I think, March of 2015, and did DWR have in place or order replacement pumps or any of the things that would be needed if the barriers were going in the next month or the month after? Were you ready?
Well, there was the conditions at that time in March were such that we were looking at just a West Falls River barrier. It didn't appear that we would be needing to install North Delta barriers. So no, there wasn't any urgency to go out and rent temporary pumps or do any of that sort of thing. But I might add that in 78 there were temporary pumps that were acquired by the department and staged at in local areas in the North Delta in case any of the diverters had trouble, and they could go retrieve those pumps and utilize them until something more permanent could be done, or until the problem went away.
Would you say that your readiness in 2015 was similar to what DWR did in 1978?
I wasn't around in 78, so I don't know how ready they were, but I know that's what was accomplished by virtue of reading the reports on those activities that were done back then. We, again, did not go beyond the planning stage in looking at providing temporary pumps. And that's something we've done in the South Delta, so it's not a real big deal for us to go out and acquire temporary pumps.
Okay. I'm going to move on to DWR 218, which is in the main testimony. I want to touch on the cutoff walls that were discussed during the engineering panel. Would those cutoff walls also, are those permanent? This is probably for Mr. Lehigh.
I do not know. That would have been a question for the engineering panel.
Okay. Well, I will represent to you that once constructed, I believe they were permanent. Do you know how deep the cutoff walls that are discussed in this memo, DWR 218, how deep down they would go for around the forebay, the intermediate forebay in the North Delta, for instance?
Objection asked and answered. This was all discussed in the engineering panel.
What is it that you specifically want to address to Mr. Lehigh, Mr. Nassar, regarding operations?
I understand that the cutoff, I'm trying to confirm whether the cutoff walls would be in place also during the operation of the project, not just construction.
Do you know that, Mr. Lehigh?
No, I don't know the answer to that.
So just a quick follow-up then. So would it be fair to say that you have not considered the interference cutoff walls would cause to bidirectional groundwater flows in a permanent state?
I personally have not.
Is it possible that cutoff walls would interfere with domestic and agricultural water supplies during the operation of the project?
I can hear the objections now.
Yes.
Mr. Lehigh, I'm assuming you don't have the answer to that question,
I do not have the expertise to answer that question. No.
since you have not considered it. Okay.
Okay. Okay. I will move on to DWR 402 exhibit. This has to do with the compliance with the standards and the record of compliance of the project, which Mr. Lehigh has testified to. Looking at page 2 of that exhibit and footnote 1, which states, this analysis only considers standards for which both projects are responsible. It does not include those for which only one is operational responsible. Example, Vernalis. Do you know, Mr. Lehigh, excuse me, what other standards besides Vernalis were excluded from this exceedance analysis?
Yes, as far as I know, from D1641, from tables 1, 2, and 3, the only standards that the projects are not jointly responsible would be both the water quality and the flow standards at Vernalis on the San Joaquin River.
Excuse me. On footnote 6, it states that the TUCPs in 2015 allowed EC compliance point to be moved from Edmonton to 3 Mile. Would this have allowed salinity intrusion to move farther upstream than normally allowed in D1641?
Yes.
And then back on page 1, the metrics, the chart shows that the ag water quality EC standard was exceeded for 35 days in 2013 and 15 days in 2015 at Edmonton. Footnote 8 explains, which I guess is back on the second page, I'm sorry, that on the 15 days in 2015, the CUP was approved allowing the EC compliance to move from Edmonton to 3 Mile. Were these exceedances in these 2 years on consecutive days? Do you know?
Yes, I believe the exceedances during these extreme drought years were, my recollection is they were on consecutive days, yes.
Do you know if these occurred during the irrigation season? In the summer generally?
The Edmonton standard generally is in place during the irrigation season, so yes, the exceedances would have occurred during the irrigation season.
Do you know what was the percentage of exceedance for just the existing EC objective at Edmonton over the 21-year period?
Yes, I believe that was part of my testimony. I'd have to look at the exhibit that I had a separate exhibit that looks specifically at Edmonton. If you bear with me a second, I can see if I can find that.
Yes, I'm trying to focus in on Edmonton compliance, regardless of whether there was a TUCP, because that's what protects the water quality for ag users.
Right. So there is a separate exhibit that focused on the Western Delta Ag standards, for which Edmonton is one. And I think that was DWR, let's see, probably 402 perhaps.
I think that's what we're looking at, I thought.
Or, yeah, let's see. I'm sorry, it's DWR 403.
And I can look at that. I'll keep moving. I'm sorry. Do you know?
Okay.
Do you know how many days in 2015 were above the 0.7 EC level established in 2005 for Edmonton to protect South Delta ag water users?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch all of your question for 2015.
Yes.
Could you, I'm
do
sorry,
you know
could you
how
repeat
many
that?
days in 2015 were above the Edmonton standard established in 2005?
So it would be on this chart or this table. Well, I'm looking at the other exhibit, and it's looks like it was 15 days of exceedance
Okay.
in 2015.
Do you know how high they went? And I guess we could look at 403 if you want, but how high the EC level at Edmonton got in the 2015 irrigation season?
I don't know offhand, sitting here.
Okay, that's fine.
Ms. Meserve, how much additional time will you need, and what are your lines of questioning?
Yes. I have a couple of questions about the initial operating criteria for Mr. Lehigh, and then I have a couple of questions for Mr. Milligan, and I think I could finish in an additional 20 minutes.
And your questions for Mr. Milligan are on?
Joint point of diversion and some operations, financing.
All right, we'll give you the 20 minutes.
Thank you. Okay. And Mr. Lehigh, forgive me, I tried to read notes about what happened yesterday, so if this is already answered, tell me. Can you define the initial operating criteria referred to on page 19 of your testimony?
Okay, if you give me a second so I can find
Yes.
that.
Yes, of course.
Do you know which line on page 19 offhand?
Sorry, I had it marked in another thing, I believe.
So I'm confused. I had assumed that when talking about initial operation criteria as proposed, it's between it's H3 and H4.
Yes, that's correct. I was just trying to see exactly what the context was when I made reference to it in my testimony.
Because if it's not H3 and H4, then you need to correct me.
No, that is correct. The initial operating criteria is assumed to be somewhere between H3 and H4.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't have that marked. Let's see. So you talk about H4A, H3 criteria providing conceptual estimate of potential impacts on water users. Did the conceptual estimate include the diversion of an additional 6,000 CFS from the Sacramento River at Fremont Weir?
No, there's nothing related to the Fremont Weir that's part of the proposed project.
Is the Fremont Weir project one of the existing biological opinion requirements, however?
I don't know the exact details as they relate to Fremont Weir in the biological opinion.
And I'm speaking of the 2008, 2009 biological opinions, yes. Okay.
Yeah, offhand, I don't recall the details on that.
So as far as you know, would it be fair to say that the conceptual estimate does not include those additional diversions that are likely to occur in the future under the biological opinion?
I'll object. The witness has already indicated he doesn't know.
That was an objection. Did you get that?
Yes,
The court reporter, I'm sorry. Mr. Bolino was not speaking to the microphone, so I was just making sure the court reporter got it.
Okay, so he does not, so to confirm, you do not know whether the conceptual estimate includes the Fremont Weir diversions of 6,000 CFS?
I'm not aware of the 6,000 CFS Fremont diversion that you're referring to.
Okay. Are you aware, however, of the YOLO bypass RPA under the biological opinion?
Again, I don't recall any details related to that aspect of the biop.
Okay, I shall skip over the next several questions. Does anyone on the panel know where analysis regarding the effect on operations of the implementation of this RPA would be in the case in chief?
No,
Okay,
but many of the RPAs are embedded in the no action alternative.
okay. Is it your understanding, Mr. Milligan, that these RPAs would be required also under the WaterFix if that was to be approved?
That's uncertain.
Let's see, when, I think this is a question for Mr. Lehigh, but perhaps Milligan, do you know whether the new boundary analysis model runs and results will accompany the new BO when it is released next winter, if it is?
I'm not aware.
Do the operations of the State Water Project, Mr. Lehigh, pursuant to the 4A, H3, or H4 depend on the purchase of water from upstream sellers to meet the outflow assumptions in these scenarios?
No, I don't believe it depends on that, no.
So the simulation didn't assume any purchase of water from sellers of upstream?
That would be a question for the modelers to confirm, but I don't believe that was the case.
Okay. Can the project comply with the existing D1641 and biological opinion standards under the initial operating criteria you've discussed if, actually strike that since he didn't know the other one, sorry. Cover all this. Okay. I'll move on to a different area. Mr. Milligan, I heard in cross-examination on Thursday that the joint point of diversion will apply to the North Delta diversions. Is that correct? The D1641 joint point of diversion, sorry.
I'm not sure that in our discussions that was exactly what was mentioned. I think what we said is joint point of diversion may continue with the project in place.
Okay. Can you describe how under the joint point of diversion accounting is handled? Whether there would be, do you know whether there would be any changes to that accounting with the WaterFix in operation?
I don't believe there would be, other than to, basically it's still a tracking of if there is CVP water conveyed through and diverted by the State Water Project for use later by the Central Valley Project. Obviously the accounting and reporting may differ. This is probably years and years from now, so the criteria and response planning that would go around any use of joint point will probably evolve by that time.
Do you think that the North Delta diversions would make possible a greater use of the joint point of diversion at the South Delta facilities?
It's hard to say. I don't know.
The documents we have describe the new North Delta intakes as state water project facilities with use shared by CVP. Can you describe how you'll calculate the daily basis, whether the diversions are for SWP or CVP?
I think that still needs to be worked out.
So there is no written agreement in place regarding how this would occur?
Not that I'm aware of.
Ms. Meserve, since you weren't here yesterday morning, you should be aware that Mr. Milligan answered many of these questions in terms of the joint operation of the facilities, and that they have not worked out the specifics, and there's really nothing he can add at this point.
Thank you. Do you know, Mr. Milligan, how much the operation of the North Delta diversion, intermediate forebay, and reconstructed South Delta facilities will cost to operate once the project, if the project is built?
I think there've been some estimates, but I don't have that information in front of me, and haven't committed it to memory.
We heard from Mr. Bednarski that there's no finance plan for completion of the design or construction. Does the Bureau have any finance plans for construction
Not that I'm aware of.
or for operation
Again, not that I'm aware of.
or maintenance,
Same answer.
for mitigation?
The same.
So under mitigation, that would include, is it correct that there's no finance plan for relocating agricultural water supply intakes that may be affected by the change in point of diversion?
No, I'm not aware.
Would that also be true for relocating reclamation district and drainage district water supply ditches and drains?
No, I'm not aware.
What is your estimate, Mr. Milligan, of when the project could potentially begin to be constructed?
I have no estimate of that.
Given the news of the legislature's authorization of an audit of the finance plan, do you think that will delay that out further than it might otherwise?
Objection, relevance.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Actually, I'm wondering too, Ms. Meserve, I've allowed you to delve into the financial issue, and I appreciate that there's some relevance between the mitigation measures and the financing related to provide those mitigation measures, but I'm not sure to what detail we need to get into it. What is your current thinking and how far are you planning on exploring this line of questioning?
My concern is what you've mentioned, is that there have been many discussions about how all these things which are listed on a menu of options, in a menu of options style in unfinalized mitigation measures will remove all possibility of injury to legal users of water. And I'm trying to explore whether it's for construction or for operation, whether it's possible that this project could do all those things which have been promised here before your board. And I won't go very far with it also.
All right, I will.
I'm almost done.
Okay, I'll allow a little leeway, but I will just say the cautionary note to you and other potential cross-examiners that a deep drilling into the financial aspect is not something that is before us, and I would encourage you to not go too much further.
Understood. To, I guess, Mr. Milligan, are there any committed sources of funding for this project yet?
Not that I'm aware.
Do you believe that there could be additional Fish and Wildlife Coordination Act funding to plan for this project?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware of any additional CVPIA funding to go for project planning or implementation?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Has the Bureau ever received the benefit analysis for the Fish and Wildlife Coordination Act funds that were already provided to DWR?
I'm not aware if we have.
And that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. Next up will be group number 21. I believe Mr. Herrick is here. As Mr. Herrick and Mr. Ruiz are coming up, let me just say that I will need to take a break sometime within the next hour or so for the court reporter. So, Mr. Herrick, I will ask you to perhaps point out a good time break in between your lines of questioning, because I don't want to interrupt at a bad time for you. But keep in mind that within the next half an hour, we will need to take a 15-minute break. Okay. Of course, I am assuming that your cross-examination will take longer than half an hour, and you could always make me happy by saying it won't.
That hurts me to think that you don't want to hear me talk for a long time. Madam Chair, board members, John Herrick and Dean Reese, on behalf of the Central Delta parties, even though I'm specifically South Delta normally. I know most of the panel members. I don't believe I have any questions for Mr. Anderson, but they're currently smirking or sneering at me right now, so we'll get right to it. For the first overhead, could we pull up the, and Mr. Lehi, help me on this, the chart from your, I think it was from your PowerPoint, showing the opportunities to get additional water in 2016 if the new North Delta intakes were constructed.
Yeah, that should be DWR 411. Is that the one you were looking for?
Yes, thank you. Now, this chart shows times when you may have been able to take additional exports during 2016 if those North Delta intakes were installed. Is that correct?
Yes, and under that specific scenario, H3.
Yes, thank you. And 2016 follows the, as you described it, I believe, the 3 worst drought years in a row. Is that correct?
That's correct.
2013, 14, and 15 in combination, you say are the lowest natural flow years on record. Is that correct?
Right, I believe it was 12 through 15 in terms of water year was the lowest runoff on record, and 13, 14, 15 the lowest April through July runoff on record.
And during those years, we had a number of TUCPs would have been mentioned, which relaxed some standards. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So in a year following that historic drought year when many standards are relaxed, do you have an understanding of whether or not this extra flow that might be available for export would, in the absence of the exports, provide some benefit in the Delta?
No, I'm not aware that it would. There was, I would say that, and as part of my testimony, the first higher flows that we saw in December, there certainly was a benefit, and that was essentially to freshen up the Delta prior to additional diversions taking place later in January.
So at least the first, I'll say, pulse of water coming through provided benefits in the Delta. Is that correct?
As it relates to meeting the objectives, yes.
Okay. So are you limiting your answer to benefits? When I say benefits, you're limited it to compliance with standards or something else?
Yes, I'm talking about in terms of helping meet water quality control plan objectives.
Are there any benefits that result from flows in excess of water quality control standards?
Objection, vague and ambiguous. It's an awfully broad question.
Yes, it is broad.
I can narrow down.
But I believe Mr. Lehigh is informed enough to answer that question.
Actually, I would agree that it's too vague.
We're not going to run down a list of every single objective. Are you, Mr. Herrick?
No, but I think I can dial it a little bit so I can clear up the question.
Nice coaching, Mr. Berliner.
Yeah, that was very, very nice. Mr. Lehigh, and excuse me because I'll be calling you Lehigh by mistake a lot of times, but everybody does, I think.
Happens all the time.
It happens all the time. Flow above that necessary to meet a standard, that would help flush out additional constituents in the Delta that would not be flushed out if those flows weren't there, correct?
I don't know what constituents you're referring to.
Well, let's try salt.
At what locations, I guess?
And would it provide fresher water for a diverter to apply to his lands if he's downstream of the flow?
I think the DWR 412 was probably getting at that question. It showed the difference in water quality between the two scenarios on which are represented on this chart. And although it did show a incremental difference in water quality benefits that were significantly fresher than what the water quality objectives were. If we want to bring that up, that would be DWR 412, I believe.
If a diverter is applying fresher water because of these additional flows, do you have any understanding of whether or not that might help him flush salts out of his soils?
The exhibit that I referred to, I don't look like it was starting to be brought up, but perhaps it not. If you look at the difference, a very minute difference in water quality, so I can't imagine it would have that much difference to the diverters in terms of the activity that you're referring to.
I appreciate that. Your imagination on what might happen is not the standard here. Has any analysis been done on let's say, the different leaching effects of having the higher flows or not having those higher flows?
I'm not an expert in this area, but my opinion would be that this level of degradation effect would be fairly insignificant.
And that's based upon what?
Based on the percent degradation that's shown here on this graph,
Have you done any analysis to see whether or not those additional flows might move, say, something like methyl mercury out of the system more than it would without those flows?
I haven't done any analysis on that.
Have you done an analysis on whether or not those additional flows might benefit fisheries?
No, I have not.
And I guess the line of my question deals with if we've had 3 years where many fishery standards have been relaxed, would you expect that use of higher flows in the following year would provide a benefit to fish? Higher flows than the standard would require?
I don't think it's my place to, that's not my area of expertise. I would not have an opinion on that.
Okay. I believe you are familiar with the operations of the state and the impacts of those operations. Is it not true that fishery returns, as in salmon, are higher, 3 years after high flow years? Is that correct, as a general rule?
Objection. The witness has already indicated this is outside his area of expertise.
He did say that, Madam Chairman, but I believe he knows the answer to this because I think it's common knowledge, especially with the operators of the projects, that the fishery agencies love those high flow years because of the returns later on. But if he doesn't know that, he can say so. I'm just trying to find out.
I know that we have a number of regulations for fish and wildlife purposes contained in the Water Quality Control Plan, which include the Spring X2 requirement. We have requirements under our biological opinions, we meet all of those requirements with the exceptions that I've discussed in my testimony for items that are outside of our reasonable control. But I would assume all of the regulations reflect the biological needs of the system as far as I'm concerned in my capacity as a water operator.
So to your knowledge, there's no additional benefit to fisheries for flows above the standards. Is that your position?
Objection. Misstates his testimony.
That's why I
I
asked
believe
him to
Mr.
see if he would
Leahy
say.
has proven himself a quite capable witness in answering questions, and he would, I believe, correct any misinterpretation by Mr. Herrick. Mr. Herrick, did you mean to imply what you did?
Yes.
Mr. Leahy, you may address that if you are able to and correct any misassumption.
He's going to have to repeat the question. I'm sorry. Sounds like I have to listen very carefully to this question, so I'd like him to repeat it.
Is it your
please.
understanding that there are no benefits to fish for when flows occur which are above standards?
Again, I am not an expert in that area, so I have no opinion.
Mr. Leahy, sorry. Has DWR or the Bureau, to your knowledge, done any analysis of the things I've just gone over, which is a quantification of the benefits beyond meeting the standards that result from these flows that we've talked about?
There may be some preliminary analysis, but I am not aware of what that is.
So then I would conclude that if there's no analysis, there may be a preliminary, you said, if there's no analysis and there's no comparison with the beneficial uses to see whether or not there's an injury. Is that correct?
Are we talking about biological?
I meant all of the things I talked about, whether it's flushing or leaching or fish. If you want to narrow that down, please do.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Since there's no analysis of the benefits resulting from flows higher than the standards, then is it true to say that there's no comparison against how that would affect legal users? I don't know if I said that good.
Okay, now I didn't
that
follow
well.
that. Let's try it again, Mr. Herrick.
Well, Mr. Leahy, I think you just said that although there may be a preliminary analysis,
That there was no analysis.
there's no analysis of any benefits of flows above the standards. And so my next question was, trying to connect that to the standard here, which is injury to legal users. Is it correct then to say if there's no analysis of the effects, then there isn't anything to compare or judge as whether or not the change will affect legal users?
I'm sorry, I am not following this question.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Does the do these additional flows delay the onset of balance conditions later in the year? Could we go back to that previous chart he had?
Yeah, I don't believe they do. So that was one of the things we were looking at the very end of this example in late April, is that we took a fairly conservative approach in terms of what additional diversion would occur. You can see at the very end of April that the dotted red line really reduces significantly there towards the end of April, and we took a quite conservative approach in terms of we knew the system was beginning to dry out and that we would be into balance conditions by the time we got into May. I think there actually, we did, if I'm not mistaken, check out that, well, we did do an analysis with DSM-2 as was shown in the previous graphic, and we were conservative in terms of the amount of extra diversion occurring in the late part of April in order not to change the timing on which balance conditions would occur in May. So we did try to correct for that factor.
Well, now I'm confused. I didn't understand that. Let's take the March high flows. They go above 140,000 CFS on the Sacramento. Is that correct? Or is that outflow?
Yes, the actual delta outflow did peak over 140,000.
Okay. So is your testimony that if all of that water reaches into the delta and eventually exits the system, that doesn't delay the onset of balance conditions beyond that if you'd use the North Delta diversions to take some of that outflow?
The degree of outflow that we saw caused conditions to freshen to such a degree that there's really very little difference between the two salinity traces between the two scenarios. So in that respect, the system would generally have degraded at about the same rate once we got into the drier period there in the late spring. So I don't think it would have been substantial whatsoever as far as changing in timing.
Well, you couch your answer in substantial. I'm just trying to understand, as a general purpose, the higher outflow provides a farther west location of fresh water, however we might define that. Doesn't that then delay the onset of balance conditions? You haven't given us a time frame or difference, but how do you come up with this? It's not substantially different.
Well, I hate to do this, but if we went back to DWR 412, that might help get at the differences at the far end of this scenario. You can see there is a slight difference in the salinity trace there in late April. So, and we don't have that information in front of us here, but as we would go into the month of May, and as the flows would reduce in the system, salinity would start increasing. But I don't believe there would be a substantial change in when the system would have gone into balance. If anything, maybe a day, I would think, just based on my experience. So these two marks, the differences in salinity between the two scenarios is extremely close. So I wouldn't that's the basis for which I am making the statement that there wouldn't be a substantial difference.
All right, Mr. Milligan, I believe the earlier questions were to Mr. Lehi about who makes the operational decisions and how that feedback gets into the model. And I just want to explore that real briefly to make sure we understand who actually makes the day-to-day operational decisions for the Bureau.
For the Central Valley project?
Yes, sorry.
Predominantly, that is done within the Central Valley Operations Office, of which I'm the manager of.
And so that would be you or people under you?
Yes, under my supervision.
Are there any other, this is not a trick question, any other parties or interests that, call you up and ask you to make changes, or I don't know how that works. Is it just you, or are there other inputs?
Well, there's certainly inputs in coordination with the State Water Project. We are co-located at the Joint Operations Center. Depending on what operational decisions may be in play, we may be coordinating with other system operators or dam operators in the basin. We may be reaching out to landowners or various water districts, including in the Delta, about concerns of whether it's salinity or water levels, and we try to take all that into account when we plan out a particular day's operational changes and then forecasting forward. There's certainly also a lot of coordination with the various state and federal fishery agencies.
And you or Mr. Lehi testified earlier that there are day-to-day decisions that are not reflected in the models just because the models have assumptions about longer terms than maybe one day. Is that generally correct?
Let's say in terms of CalCEM as an example.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That would be, it's a monthly time step model. So it's doing monthly averages as it goes from month to month. And that has a lot of utility, but it's a two-course of resolution to capture weekly or daily operational adjustments.
What's I'll designate a feedback mechanism so that the modelers are confident that they're reflecting actual operations as best as possible? Is there some sort of ongoing communications or certification, or how does that work?
If I can ask a clarification, is that in regard to the modeling to support the submittal or on the day-to-day operations of the project?
Well, maybe both. So let's go for just the modeling supporting the petition. I'm just trying to find out your comfort level with the models reflecting as best as possible the actual operations.
Yeah, as it would relate to models that would go into a planning study or to support something like the petition here, in essence, we'd have some discussions with the modelers, and through the course of, I'm picking CalCEM 2 as an example, over the course of time that's been developed, operations staff have provided some input into kind of the general mechanics or framework that the projects operate. In the case of a specific planning study, the results would, the operators would review the results, and with the back of their mind, so what kinds of questions are we trying to answer with these model results to see if although the model has its shortcomings in terms of time step, as we discussed, depending on the specific type of question that may be in play, does it seem like the results represent the incremental change of the action being discussed? There are going to be some other times where the question at hand may be better suited to do some DSM-2 analysis of, and a lot of the delta hydrodynamics and salinity and questions about reverse flows may be more suited to that type of a model.
Okay. Mr. Lehi, would your answer to that same question be similar, or do you have any differences with Mr. Milligan?
No, I think I would essentially agree with Mr. Milligan's answer. We also give feedback to the modelers on, continuously trying to improve their representation of actual operations.
I'd like to hand out what is listed on my stick as soon as I find my list, sorry. It's the excerpts from the January biological assessment, draft biological assessment, and of course, there have been discussions and objections because there's a newer one apparently, but my questions are dealing with this one. I think copies have been handed out, and if you could please pull up number 3 on my list. Thank you. And if you go to the second page of what I have there, and beginning with 3.7.2, and I'll just read a couple. If you guys could follow along with me, I'm starting with A. And it discusses if on October 1st, if the prior water year was dry or critical, then Reclamation DWR will convene a multi-agency drought task force, so to speak. And then if by B it says December 1st, something happens, and then C says if the February 1st hydrologic forecast indicates the potential for a dry or critical water year, then Reclamation and DWR will do other things. And one of those other things, a possible other thing, is on the final page there, and it talks about, you see the H on the final page, it says Reclamation DWR will prepare TUCPs as needed for submittal to the SWRCB. Do you see where it says that? Both Mr. Milligan and Mr. Lehi.
Yes, I see.
Yes, I see it.
Now, are you aware of the number of times that a dry or critical year followed by 4 months of a dry or critical year have occurred over the historic record?
No.
Okay, if Mr. Reese will be handing out my number 2, if we could put that on the screen, please. And until it's up there, I won't say anything. I'll just start with Mr. Milligan because you're such a nice guy.
Excuse me, could you identify this for the record?
The thing on the board now is a printout from CDEC, which shows the water year classifications for the Sacramento Valley and the San Joaquin Valley, 2 different columns. The date starts at 1901, and then the next page it goes through 2015. And this is just off of CDEC, so I guess that's a representation that it's not made up by me.
Are we going to mark these for identification?
Yes, this would be, this will be South Delta number 2, please.
Thank you, Mr. Herrick.
And the previous one was 3, and the one before that, oh, excuse me. So anyway, I think we're on track. I'll clarify that later. So Mr. Milligan, if you could just go down where I've highlighted, and what I've done is I've highlighted any dry or critical year that followed a dry or critical year. Now, let me caveat that, of course, the particular circumstances of any year may not mean that the first 4 months of any year that's dry or critical were actually dry or critical. We understand that. But just for purposes of this, I've marked that. So if you could count my marks for the Sacramento Valley, which goes from 1906 through 2015, please. I think I come up with 19, if you'd count those. Yes, I'm doing the
For
Sacramento
the
Valley.
Sacramento Valley, I also counted 19 marks.
19 marks, thank you. And so from 1906, which is when the data for the Sacramento Valley, 1906 to 2015 is 109 years. Would you agree with that? I'm not trying to trick you on math.
Yes.
And then, so 19 years out of 109 years is 17% of the time. Is that correct?
That's probably a little more challenging, but that sounds about right.
That's what my calculator said. Whether I'm an idiot or not is for other people to judge. Now, in our historical analyses, don't we use water year 1921 or 22 or something instead of back to 1906? Isn't the analysis from 1922 through something?
The CalSim simulations, because of all the types of inputs that go in, started around 1920, 21.
Okay, so if we go from 1921, then we've only got 94 years, and 19 out of 94 is 20%. Is that true?
That's true.
So do you think that any analysis that that the Bureau of DWR has done that includes 19 years when the standards might have to be changed is a valid analysis of the impacts to third parties.
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Mr. Herrick? I'm sorry, which facts are you?
Which facts aren't in
Yes.
evidence?
Referring to, in the middle of the question, my real-time feed isn't working, so I can't quote it exactly, but the characterization that essentially the TUCPs would have been necessary historically.
Well, the initial assumption for this was that if the water years that I've marked fall into the category of the times when TUCPs might be used, then, and then the answers follows from that. Of course, those conditions might not be true, but I'm asking for his opinion on those in that circumstance. So of course, this may not occur, Mr. Milligan, but if the water years that we've highlighted occurred again, shall we say, and TUCPs were requested, would you believe that analysis that has 20% of the years not reflecting what's going to happen, you think that's a valid analysis?
I'm not sure that tracks with what's necessarily been proposed. I would say that an analysis, or let's say a set of facts that talked about the potential that there'd be TUCPs 20% of the time, and an analysis that doesn't include TUCPs to that extent may have a disconnect. I think I read this text, which was a draft, as being as needed, and I'm not sure what that exactly means. Again, this was draft text, and I think we had some testimony that said this section no longer exists in the current biological assessment. If the question was, but I also don't know that I would foresee temporarily change petitions 20% of the time into the future.
Okay, that's very nice, and if I may say, non-responsive.
Could you repeat your question then? I'll try to be more
If the
responsive.
analysis we do over an 80-year period, 82-year period, whatever it is, if it doesn't have 20% of the operations correct, because the operations might be changed to TUCPs, I'm asking if that analysis would be a valid method of determining injury to third parties.
It depends on the types of analysis or the issues involved that the analysis would tend towards. If the question at hand was certainly geared towards the critical and dry year periods, then I think some additional analysis would probably be warranted.
Okay.
Mr. Herrick, I'll ask you to conclude this line of questioning or stop at a good point. We do need to take a break for the court reporter.
I just saw that, so we can take the break now. That'd be convenient. Thank you.
All right, let's take a 15-minute break and we'll resume at 10:45. All right. Please take a seat, everyone. It is 10:45, and we are ready. Oh, Mr. Herrick, just so you know, I'm always going by the clock that's on that screen right there, if you can see there.
I could entertain you with my eye operation story, but I will just say that I think I can see that.
We are now resuming. Mr. Herrick, please continue your cross-examination.
Thank you. Just as a final question for the last line of questioning, Mr. Milligan, in any particular year where a TUCP might be approved, that would result in different, say, carryover storage than in a year when the TUCP wasn't used. Is that, as a general rule, is that a correct statement?
It would depend on the objectives that were modified. So it's possible, but not necessarily always the case.
Okay. Now, along those lines of the drought and the TUCPs, is there a reason we can't model or plan for multi-year droughts?
Mr. Eric, was that to me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think that we can. I think the question becomes how to represent that. And obviously, through every drought sequence we go through, we do learn from that, and think about how we would operate with the current infrastructure, the current demands in the system, current limitations, current objectives in play, how to manage through extended drought periods.
And now that we've gone through, I'll say, 2 significant droughts in whatever the years that is, since whatever it is, 88. We have data on, storage, inflow in bad years. Is there a reason why we don't have a plan for what we would do in those 2 or 3 years of drought, rather than planning on, well, we'll examine it at the time and make changes pursuant to TUCPs? Is there some planning rule that I don't know about that would prevent us from figuring that out?
No rules that I'd be aware of.
Okay. Now, next, if we could pull up number 4, please, we'll mark that SDWA 4. And although we're known as Central Delta parties, I pushed SDWA in front there for marking stuff. My prerogative. Now, I think everybody has a copy, and just so you know, this is the document where I got the information, so the document itself is almost meaningless, but if you'll turn to the next page, and it has a CalSim table of priorities, that's what I want to talk about, if I may. And I'll just stay with Mr. Milligan, if no one minds. Now, is this still the correct prioritization used in calcium 2, if you know?
Could you give me a moment to review the table?
I'm sorry, yes, certainly, I'm sorry. Table 4.12, and it's titled Calcium 2 Water Use Prioritization. And then afterwards, we'll read that paragraph after the table. I'm not trying to confuse or blindside you.
My general understanding is of calcium, not being maybe this is also something that could be referred to the modeling group, but this is generally the priorities. Although the second and third priority, I have a little question as to they may be very close.
Yeah, and the next paragraph, I won't read the whole thing. I think you just read through it. But it talks about how there's a balance struck between the second and third priority during the year, and then you operate according to whatever decisions were made under that, correct?
At least that's the calcium kind of construct of logic.
Yeah. And is that generally the way you operate, the same set of priorities?
In general, I can't speak to the Article 21 deliveries for state project, but this flows similar to, let's say, the logic stream that the operators may use.
So the questions I'm going to ask deal with this tension between choices. And so the question, I guess, is each year you're making decisions that determine how much is released for export and how much is maintained for storage for future years. Is that correct?
That's one set of thinking, but there's obviously others.
Certainly. And is there any rule book or requirements on the reservoirs that you're in charge of that says, thou shalt maintain X amount for future years?
No, there's not.
Okay. So, and again, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but in any particular year, if you decide not to release water for export from storage, that would necessarily mean then that water remains for the next year or is carryover for the next year. Is that correct? Absent it being released for other issues, other mandates.
Yeah, I would say, obviously with consideration to things like balance conditions, probably where we are in the cycling of hydrologic cycles from drought to from wetter to drier conditions. If kind of looking at the overall picture and anticipating what may be in the year ahead may influence some of the operational decisions.
Yes, and I didn't mean to disregard other mandatory releases or other obligations that may use that water instead, but I was just drawing that distinction between the decision is made how much to release of stored water for export, and that necessarily helps calculate how much is carryover for the next year, correct?
Well, yes, and the carryover for the subsequent year may be more of an after effect of those decisions. For the CVP, also there's a lot of consideration with regard to temperature management and maintaining and maybe flow stability in the rivers. So it's not, those come into play as well.
Okay. Since we just went through this horrible drought period, is there any discussions among the Bureau and or DWR that you know of to err on the other side and export less and keep more in storage or carryover storage?
Nothing formal or specific.
Okay. Do you think that would be prudent to consider that given the and again, I don't mean to be pejorative, given the inability to meet many water quality standards over the drought period absent the TUCPs?
Well, I think that although it may not be formalized, it's certainly something that does come into the thinking of seasonal planning that goes on between the two projects and within each one specifically.
And whether or not we can plan for a 5-year drought or something, we might be able to cushion the second year of a drought if we decide to export less. Would that be a correct statement?
I guess that depends on the specifics of the scenario, but and that would be hard to say. Kind of depends on where you start in that sequence.
Now, this is going to sound nasty, so there might be an objection, but I don't mean it that way.
You know, Mr. Herrick, I'm actually really enjoying this gentler John Herrick.
It's, I can be nasty.
I'm ready to object if necessary.
All right, and that concludes that moment of levity.
Sorry.
Mr. Herrick, please continue.
So would you agree that it's the incentive for the projects is to err on the side of exports, not on the side of carryover storage?
I guess I don't quite see it that way. I think it's to err on the side of meeting all of our obligations. At least I'll speak for the CVP, of which we have a significant number that are north of the Delta, these obligations. So being able to be good stewards and meet our pretty significant contractual obligations north of Delta, we're always and have always looked at the proper balance of a particular season's Delta diversions and exports versus what's the right place to land upstream and weaving this all together.
But your answer was kind of dealing with sort of in-basin requirements, I'll say. In other words, people in the Sacramento Valley and obligations for water quality standards. I'm referring to exports. So let's just put it this way. Have you exported stored water? Has the Bureau exported stored water during the last 3 years of drought?
Yes.
Okay. And any water that was exported may have been retained behind a reservoir for other purposes or future years, correct?
As with many things, it's kind of multiple use. We certainly strive to make multiple uses with the same acre foot of water, obviously.
But you're not putting, is it correct? Let me start over. Are you putting exports behind all other considerations, or are you trying to balance various considerations to maximize exports?
I'm going to object, Stephanie Morris, State Water Contractors, this line of questioning. I didn't think that we were here to put the current project operations on trial. I thought we were here to talk about WaterFix and the impacts to other legal uses of water and those operations. So I'm slightly confused about the relevance of this line of questioning.
Mr. Herrick, I believe you can make the case for relevance, but I will allow you to do so.
Okay. The current operations are important for two reasons. The first is they're the basis for the analysis. And the analysis is what we're relying on to determine whether or not there's injury to legal users. So I believe exploring it is perfectly appropriate. But more importantly than that is, I think as we move forward in this proceeding, the exact operations become relevant in that the conditions on those operations may be part of any future approval by this board. And I think the drought's the perfect example of that. Is somebody may be allowed to do something if they change their operations for storage later, because that might help meet future water quality standards. And of course, the position that's been espoused by numerous witnesses is that they guarantee, well, not guarantee, they promise to meet D1641 and future imposed water quality obligations. So I think it's perfectly relevant.
Thank you, Mr. Herrick. You may continue.
Okay. Mr. Milligan, I'll ask this to Mr. Lehigh after you just to check, but I described it as as you erring on the side of maximizing exports. In the past 3 years, we've not met numerous standards. We've had TUCPs to address that, correct?
We've had TUCPs and temporary orders to address drought circumstances, yes.
And the state board has never sanctioned you or fined you or penalized you or yelled at you for not meeting the standards, but instead asking for TUCPs, correct?
I'm not sure about the yelling part, but the orders our requests have been responded with, orders that included some change.
So would it be fair to say that if there's no threat by the Bureau for not meeting the standards, then it's easier for you to err on the side of exports when deciding between exports and carryover?
I don't know that I would agree with that characterization. I think, and this is the difficulty with the table 412 that you provided, it is a little bit centric to the State Water Project. One of the things that was a key component of our temporary emergency change petitions has been to try to prioritize storage up in our CVP reservoirs, and particularly Shasta as an example, which has been used to try to keep and avoid the very low reservoir storages that would come into play if we were, let's say, making outflows consistent with D1641. So the result here is what might be characterized in this table as a third priority, which is a carryover storage, or let's say storage through the season, actually has been elevated to close to the first priority because of its fishery benefit. That has ancillary benefits for carryover, which hedges against future drought, which has one of the beneficiaries of that is, let's say, upstream water users in the Sac Valley, as well as potential carryover storage to augment cold water pool going to the next season. The other part of the table that complicates the CVP, as opposed to maybe how this was constructed for State Water Project, is a component of exports is trying to meet the exchange contract obligations, which is somewhat muddled here in terms of a prior water right commitment. The last 2 years, exports for the purposes of water service contracts, at least agricultural, have been zero, with significant water having to come from the Friant system to be able to meet the obligations of the exchange contract as well.
That's correct. My question dealt with the tension between exports and carryover. There are lots of other things going on, I understand that, but there is a tension between how much you might release of stored water for export purposes and carryover storage for future use, correct?
There would be, and I think also, and what's in the carryover part has a lot of drivers to it, but that is part of the decision-making process as to what's the right balance with that. And over the last 2 years, for example, exports to drive ag water service contracts have been pretty minimal, and even M&I CVP supplies south of the Delta have been, particularly last year as an example, been at the health and safety needs of some pretty key districts.
If I could turn now to Mr. Lehi, I'd like to briefly go over your statements about the success rate of the projects in meeting water quality standards. And you gave us a couple of numbers. I think they were 98% or above in compliance. Is that correct? For the term that was discussed, term of years.
Yes.
And that term of years was what, since D1485, or can you tell me what that was?
Well, it would have applied to whatever the years that were applicable for any particular standard that's in existence today. So many of those go all the way back to D1485, so that's 1978. Others went back to the Water Quality Control Plan, the 95 Water Quality Control Plan.
Mr. Lehi, the way you described it, aren't you taking credit for years in which you didn't do anything to meet water quality standards?
I don't know if taking credit. The table merely describes the exceedance rate for objectives. It doesn't differentiate between which periods the projects had to actively take actions in order to achieve the objectives.
But you gave us a percentage, and the percentage was the violations were the numerator and the total days was the denominator, correct? That's how you calculate the percentage.
The exceedances,
they're not violations?
over the total number of days in which a standard would be operative.
So when you have 365 days in of a year like 2006, when we had more water than anybody could do, that sort of artificially inflates the denominator, doesn't it? Because there was no actions taken by the Bureau or DWR to meet those standards.
I wouldn't use the word artificial. The table is what the table is, which is a record of exceedances of objectives.
Is there a reason why you didn't produce a table that showed success rate or compliance rate during times when actions needed to be taken?
That would probably be very difficult, if not impossible, to produce such a table. I don't know that we would have all the information necessary to prepare such a table.
Well, we've got 2006 and 97 and excess conditions in most years and rainfall below the dams and all those things that contribute to your success rate were things that you had no control over. Isn't that correct?
There would certainly be periods of time where that was the case, yes.
Wouldn't it be more helpful to the board, given that you're I guess, promising to continue to meet D1641, wouldn't you think it'd be more helpful to present the evidence that shows how your actions, when needed, resulted in compliance?
Well, we presented all the information that we thought would be helpful in that we're showing the entire period on which standards have been in play, but we've also have breakdowns per year, so you can look at individual years and see what compliance rates would be in shorter periods of time. So all that information is part of the exhibit.
Is anybody going to testify with regard to that? That other information?
Well, it's part of my written testimony.
Your test, I thought you said it was difficult to gather and that's why you didn't do it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry. I was referring to the individual breakdown, the individual years of compliance with individual standards.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. What was your?
Well, let me start over. In any particular when there's exceedance and you list that exceedance as a lack of compliance, that doesn't tell us the degree of the exceedance, does it?
No, the exceedances are listed in terms of number of days where the objective is not met. It doesn't get into the degree.
Yeah. So if I may use an unreasonable example, when you say something was exceeded, 2% of the time, if during that 2% of the time the exceedance was 500 times the standard, that would be very important information, wouldn't it?
It would be additional information. I would find it hard to believe that there'd be that magnitude of exceedance, but that would be additional information.
Yeah, it's sort of like saying I only killed the guy once out of the last 10 years, so on average he's in good shape, right? Nobody's going to object to that?
Well,
I'll object to it.
I'm going to object to it.
I withdraw the question.
I was just trying to enjoy the new and improved John Herrick for as long as possible.
Starting to feel very uncomfortable here. All right, let's move on. Okay, if we could pull up SDWA number 5, mark it as that, and I'll represent to you, it's a few pages out of the California Water Code, including Water Code sections 12200 et sec. And once everybody gets their written copy, or their handwritten, or hard copy, you'll see that the individual statutes, or some of them, are separately done on the preceding pages of each, just for clarity, because the code book is kind of, all right, I don't have a lot of staff. Anyway, Mr. Milligan, you and Mr. Lehi testified that you intend on and do operate the projects in conformity with certain legal obligations. Do you recall that in general?
Yes.
Yes.
And those obligations include, as you said, I believe, D1641 and BIOPS and some other things that you may have mentioned, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Is one of the obligations under which you operate the provisions of Water Code Sections 12200 et sec?
I would say to the degree these are outlined in our permit terms and conditions.
Okay. You have not done, personally, you have not done a separate analysis to determine whether you believe, not whether it's legally required, but whether you believe terms and conditions of these statutes are mandatory on you.
Yeah, I have not.
Okay. So if I may, section 12201, I'll read from that. I apologize for it not being highlighted. I don't know what happened. I did that originally. The legislature finds that the maintenance of an adequate water supply in the Delta sufficient to maintain and expand agriculture, industry, urban, and recreational development in the Delta as set forth above, and to provide a common source of fresh water for the export to areas of water deficiency is necessary to the peace, health, and safety and welfare of the people of the state of California. You see where that says that under 12201? I just read the first,
Yes, I do.
most of it. And then following on with 12202, it says, among the functions to be provided by the State Water Resources Development System in coordination with the activities of the United States in providing salinity control for the Delta through operation of the Federal Central Valley Project, shall be the provision of salinity control and an adequate water supply for the users of water in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. You see where it says that?
Yes, I do. We kind of skipped over some other section here, but
Oh, sorry.
some other text.
There's more text. I just reading the first, half of 12202.
I see that pull out.
Now, earlier we had testimony about Delta operations, including reservoir releases, exports, and Delta Island consumptive use in order to, I'll say, operate the Delta and maintain outflow as necessary. Do you recall that? Your
Yes.
testimony.
Yes.
And one of those provisions is that Delta Island consumptive use. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was Mr. Leahy's testimony or mine, but yes, I do recall.
And that is correct, isn't it? In the operations of the Delta, when necessary, releases are made from state and federal reservoirs in order to provide for that amount of water lost in the Delta. Is that correct?
To the degree that that particular criteria might be controlling operations and they link back to that, that's kind of how we look at it and make the adjustments as appropriate.
Yeah, I meant to say, as necessary, that's what's done.
Yes.
Correct. And so if this statute says, and I'm just asking for your understanding because there are obviously legal arguments perhaps either way, but so in fact the projects are actually making releases to provide salinity control and to provide the supply. Is that correct? In other words, the project cover
There
the
are
water lost in the
times
Delta.
that we are making releases to control salinity and make adequate water available for beneficial use in the Delta.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So in fact, it looks like you may be in compliance with that, correct?
It would be. There's no numerics associated with this text, and don't want to get into assignments of responsibility, but yeah, we are a part of this solution.
And of course, us idiot attorneys can argue over those specifics, but generally speaking, the operation of the Delta includes some provision for, as necessary, what's lost in the Delta due to use. And that use is both ag or evaporation and stuff like that, correct?
Yes, there are some metrics that try to account for the total use of water within the Delta.
Now, if I can direct your attention to section 12205, and it's actually a separate page if you want to go to the last page of the exhibit, if that's easier to read. Thank you. And let me read 12205 to you. It says, it is the policy of the state that the operation and management of releases from storage into the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta of water for use outside the area in which such water originates shall be integrated to the maximum extent possible in order to permit the fulfillment of the objectives of this part. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And without asking for legal opinion, would you agree that the objectives of this part include, as we said earlier, the maintenance and expansion of ag and industry and urban use, salinity control, and a supply for in-delta, correct? Or would you agree with that?
I guess I would, on a layman's level, agree that that's consistent, yes.
Absolutely. And I'm not holding you to a legal opinion. I'm just trying to explore the obligations that you believe under which you're operating when you manage the system, when you operate the system. Now, do you have any opinion as to whether or not a new intake near Hood? Sorry.
Daniel O'Hanlon appearing on behalf
I'm
of...
sorry, you need to turn on the microphone.
It is on.
Okay.
No, it's on. Daniel O'Hanlon on behalf of San Luis Delta Minota Water Authority. I don't object to this line of questions, although Mr. Herrick is framing it in terms of not asking for legal opinion. In fact, he is asking for legal opinion, specifically with reference to the statutes he's including as part of his question.
Mr. Herrick?
Well, I'm trying to explore the obligations under which the operators think they are bound. And anytime you deal with a statute, whether it's CVPIA or D1641, which is not a statute, but then somebody is reading that and deciding what to do. Now, of course, there may be legal implications of that, and they may be getting different legal opinions, but I'm trying to explore what they understand as their obligations under certain things. I think it is appropriate.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Herrick. Your objection is noted, and we'll consider it as part of weighing the evidence before us.
Now, Mr. Milligan, doesn't a new intake on the Sacramento River near Hood, the new North Delta intakes, isn't that the opposite of what Section 12205 seems to be directing the projects to do? In other words, not letting the water flow through the delta to provide for all these other goals.
I'm going to object to this question. There has not been any foundation for whether this applies to the CVP.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the objection.
It's basically a continuation of the legal conclusion that he's asking how this statute applies to the CVP.
Well, we read in 12202, that among the functions of the state in coordination with the federal project. So Mr. Milligan is free to say, I don't think I'm bound by that. That's fine. And then I'm going to ask Mr. Lehi the same question. So
All right.
I understand the objection, but I'm not trying to trick him into committing on behalf of the
Right.
state.
How and whether state law applies to the CVP is
And Mr. Milligan is free to answer that in a way that defer back to Mr. Lehi. Ms. Morris?
Objection. The question also assumes facts, not in evidence.
Which facts are you assuming? Are you asserting he's assuming?
Well, I should get the thing. He said he assumed that he said that the question was whether the new diversion point would basically take all the water. He assumes that it's going to take all the water and that it's not operated jointly with the South Delta diversion, so that water then would not be flowing through the Delta. So perhaps a clarification of what he's talking about or what operational scenario would solve my objection.
All right, thank you. Mr. Herrick will clarify the question. Just to ease things going forward, given the fact that the Department of Interior and the Department of Water Resources have decided to combine their direct, and I appreciate that for efficiency purposes, it means that both of your witnesses will be up there, and I believe given their professional expertise as well as their senior position in the organization, they are very capable of answering questions that they feel comfortable with questions and deferring to the other partner when that question is more appropriate for them. So in that light, Mr. Herrick, go ahead and ask your questions. Mr. Milligan will answer to the extent that he can, and if he needs to defer to Mr. Lehi, I trust that he will do so as well.
I'll rephrase then. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Milligan, does a new North Delta intake make it easier for you to maximize the release of storage water for exports to go through the Delta, or make it less easy for you to do that?
I believe I've testified that the existence of a North Delta diversion would provide some flexibility that's currently not there for project operations to allow us to meet a number of beneficial uses, one of which is export, but also to better manage the various components of in-basin and in Delta parameters as well.
Well, I was going to explore that later, but let's get into that now.
Okay.
Both you and Mr. Lehi have described the new flexibility if the project goes forward. Is that correct?
Yes.
But the flexibility is only for exports, isn't it? It's not easier to meet Chips Island when you have a North Delta intake, is it?
Again, that's probably got two parts to it. I think the first part is it does provide something beyond exports, and let's say management of reverse flows in the central Delta channels, let's say Old Mill River, which helps manage entrainment risk at the South Delta diversion. So I think that there are benefits within that we can better deal with internal Delta hydrodynamics in a way that we can't at the moment. When you get to outflow for Chips Island, for example, then it probably is a lot more neutral in that regard.
Okay. I'll go on from there. Mr. Lehi had asked you the same question about Section 12205. You've had a chance to read that while I'm up here asking questions. Or have you?
Yes, I've read it. This is the first time I've read it.
Okay. So you were not aware of this before?
Not specifically no.
Okay. Mr. Lehi, is the Department of Water Resources agreeable to conditions that would limit the operation under the project you propose to the provisions that we've covered here in 12200 et sec? 12200 et sec, sorry.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm not familiar enough with this code to really offer an opinion on that.
Okay. Mr. Milligan, is the Bureau willing to agree to conditions on the project that would relate to the provisions of these sections we've covered?
This is outside my area of expertise. My operating assumption, if I can use that term, is that our permit terms and conditions would satisfy these as they would relate to the operation of the CVP. My assumption going forward is with the new project that any modification to those terms and conditions would be in compliance with the water code.
Well, is it your position that the permit terms and conditions on the state board issued permits include all of your other statutory obligations?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Well, it was just a follow-on from his statement that he assumed that the state board permit terms would incorporate as required any other legal obligation.
Answer to the best of your ability, Mr. Milligan.
Yeah, maybe for clarity of my previous answer, I said would be consistent, would address the obligations of the water code. Our permit terms don't cover, let's say, all of our legal obligations, and those are handled, let's say, outside of that.
Okay. Are there any, you may not be able to answer this, are there any Bureau or DWR witnesses who will be appearing who can make commitments on terms and conditions that are suggested by parties?
I'm not aware, no.
Okay. So we won't be able to find out through this evidentiary hearing what is acceptable to the projects as conditions to approval of the petition. Is that correct?
This line of questioning is inappropriate. These are operations witnesses. Mr. Herrick's directing himself to far larger policy questions, which will be answered in due time through this proceeding.
Well, actually, let me rephrase his question. Whether or not there are terms that the petitioners would find acceptable is actually not important to me, but what is important to me is, and the board has asked several times for petitioners to propose permit term and conditions. So if I might rephrase Mr. Herrick's question, or reframe your question in terms of not asking for terms that might be acceptable to the department, but asking instead for you, if you can, to point to what sections in your testimony where petitioners have outlined some proposed terms and conditions for this project. And I think that's just a matter of attempt, anyway, to clarify what is being proposed as part of the project for Mr. Herrick and other parties to consider the aspect of harm to users. Are there relevant portions, sections in your testimony and exhibits that you could direct Mr. Herrick and other parties to for a clear understanding of any proposed terms and conditions?
I think I would have to defer to the project description testimony from a DWR consultant as far as we have at this point.
And that would be the extent of what is currently being proposed.
Again, I'd have to defer to that testimony.
Mr. Broski, are you just stretching your legs, or? Because I do stand up, so I recognize sometimes there's a need for that.
If I dare, Madam Chair, the witness doesn't want to answer what would be acceptable, but I think this witness is qualified to answer what would be feasible to implement and why something wouldn't be feasible or problematic to implement.
And if these witnesses are, well, okay, let me ask a different question. If through the course of, and I'm making a guess here, Mr. Herrick, through the course of Part 1B, or even Part 2 for that matter, if some of the parties were to propose various terms and conditions, and in fact, many of the cross-examiners have already raised some suggestions along that avenue, will there be witnesses provided by petitioners to respond to those proposals? Because I'm a bit concerned that questions are being deferred back and forth, left and right, and it is going to be very important for the record, as well as for the board's consideration, that we be as responsive as possible to the questions that are being asked.
I believe at this point in time, our project description contains additional criteria on the projects over and above D1641. That's what we're presenting. Now, we recognize that the scope of this hearing is somewhat open-ended in that we have human uses to consider and we have other concerns that traditionally don't fall within the water rights paradigm, and we have taken it to heart that we are to listen to the questions, presented to us through the course of Part 1A and the testimony that the other parties will provide during Part 1B, and we can provide rebuttal evidence to address things that aren't clearly laid out specifically in the notice at that time. We have held off on presenting specific terms because they would necessarily be incomplete until we hear that evidence.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mizell. Mr. Herrick, I think that's the best you're going to get.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair. If we could pull up number 25 on my list. Sorry for going out of order. We'll just mark it South Delta 25.
And as staff is doing that, Mr. Herrick, your first hour is up. Oh, did I just say first? That implies you'll get a second hour. But How much additional time will you need, and what are your lines of questioning?
First of all, the additional time is always difficult, but given how this is going, I have at least another hour.
And what are the topics that you will be exploring?
And the topics are, I have 5 or 6 other statutory obligations for operations, which go to what we've already explained. I have 3 things from D1641, which are obligations, which haven't been talked about. And then I have instances of operations that are contrary to the previous assertions, if I may. And that's sort of a good summary, but I have substantially more left. I apologize.
All right. Let's go ahead and give you 30 minutes to start with, because that will take us to the noon hour, and then we'll revisit then.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Herrick, could you repeat the file name number, please?
25.
You gave us 1 through 20.
I added that yesterday. There's the Coordinated Operating Agreement, a law, PL 99-546. I guess that's what happened when you do it by yourself. We'll have to use the hard copies. I apologize, everybody. I don't see it there. I just did that. I object to the implications of my efficiency here. Anyway, I believe the board members have a hard copy, and I believe the witnesses have one too. Mr. Milligan, do you recognize this SDWA 25, which is PL Public Law 99-546? Have you seen this before?
Not quite in this format for printing, but I am familiar with this particular piece of public law.
And you see the first portion I've highlighted, which is section 101, subdivision small b1. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And let me briefly or quickly read that. It says, unless the Secretary of the Interior determines that the operation of the Central Valley Project in conformity with the state water quality standards, and then I skip a bit, is not consistent with the congressional directives applicable to the project, he's authorized and directed to operate the project in conjunction with the State of California Water Project in conformity with such standards. I didn't read that very well, but do you see that part?
Yes, I do.
And so that is, that's the federal law approving the COA agreement and directing the Bureau to do something, right?
Yes, amongst other things within the subsequent sections as well.
Yes.
The entire act is longer than 1 page.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to.
Yeah, this is an excerpt from there.
This is only the first page. Yes. So according to this, it appears that there is a process by which the Secretary of Interior could decide that compliance with state mandated water quality sections is not within the project purposes and then object to it somehow. Is that correct?
Hold on a second. Hold on, Mr. Berliner first.
I suspect that we have the same objection. Delving into these statutes calls for legal conclusions. The question that Mr. Herrick asked was a direct legal question, and I object on that basis.
And I join in that objection. He's essentially reading statutes and asking 2 engineers whether they agree with the reading of the statute. And in addition to calling for a legal conclusion, is the question what relevance that has.
Well, as an engineer, I tend to have opinions on legal matters myself. So I don't know to what extent I'm going to rule out the questioning based on that. But recognizing that these witnesses are not attorney, we'll note the objections and we'll consider that in weighing the evidence before us. Mr. Herrick?
Yes, and I will try to not
I understand
make it
where you're
sound
going,
like-
but let's be careful how you frame your questions,
Thank
please.
you. Mr. Milligan, do you understand this federal law to be directing the Bureau to operate the project in conformity with standards developed by the state of California.
Give me just a moment to
Sure.
reread the paragraph, given your question. I would read this, that the operation of the CVP in conjunction with the state water project to conform to the standards is what we've been directed to, the secretary's been directed to do, and if the secretary determined that such a operation would be inconsistent with the congressional direction on how the CVP should be operated, then there's a direction as to a process that should be undertaken.
Yes. And are you in fact operating the Central Valley project in conformance with the standards, the current standards that the board has mandated?
We're operating in conformance with our permit terms and conditions.
Does that include the South Delta salinity standards?
We believe we're within our permit terms and conditions.
Okay. And I'll get to that later,
Okay.
more specifically, but you would agree that the South Delta salinity standards at the 3 interior South Delta locations are, currently being violated.
We'll say that they're currently being exceeded.
They're currently being exceeded. Okay. Okay, thank you. Next is number 6, South Delta number 6, and it's on the shtick. And South Delta number 6 is Title 34, Public Law 102-575. And that is the Central Valley Project Improvement Act. Now, Mr. Milligan, as this moves forward, again, I'll be asking you the question that previously you and Mr. Lehi were not able to answer, but I need to make the record clear. Is the Bureau willing to stipulate any terms and conditions that would relate to that COA agreement mandates?
I think that's certainly a policy question that I cannot commit to.
And Mr. Lehi, same question to you for the state.
Same answer. That's a policy question.
Thank you. Now, the second page of the SDWA number 6, which is actually page 12 of CVPIA, you see that there? And subpart B, the caption is Fish and Wildlife Restoration Activities. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Although
And
it's not clear, is this section 3406B?
yes, if you look at the very bottom of the page, it
Okay, I
tells you
just
what
wanted to
section
clarify
within.
that.
No, I appreciate that, since I've only provided excerpts. I'm not trying to mislead you there, but the part I've highlighted says the Secretary, immediately upon enactment of this title, shall operate the Central Valley Project to meet all obligations under state and federal law, including but not limited to, and then one of them is all decisions of the California State Water Resources Control Board establishing conditions. I'm sorry, that was my fault. All decisions of the California State Water Resources Control Board establishing conditions on applicable licenses and permits for the project. You see where it says that?
Yes, I do.
Now, again, the previous question dealt with the COA, and I'm COA statute. I'm dealing with CVPI now. In your opinion, is the Bureau operating to meet all conditions in their applicable licenses and permits?
Yes, we're trying, yes.
And does that include the South Delta standards?
They are part of our permit terms and conditions, but again, I think we're consistent with those permits.
Yes, and that's fine to caveat that. I'm going to drill down that later.
Yes.
Mr. Lehi, do you have the same answer as Mr. Milligan with regards to complying with permit conditions. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me strike that because this is CVPIA. Mr. Milligan, the next paragraph under B is small as 1, and I've highlighted a portion of that. And rather than reading it, do you understand this is the provision of CVPI that talks about the fish doubling mandate?
That's kind of its common reference, yes.
Yeah, and correct me if I use the wrong shorthand or something, but basically this mandated a fish doubling program which resulted in an adverse fish restoration program. Is that correct?
Yeah, the fish restoration program kind of emanates from this particular section.
And of course, CVPI has much, much more to it, right?
Quite a bit more.
Yeah. So next I have aforementioned fish restoration program, which is being passed out. That's South Delta number 7, please. And I apologize, could we pull up the previous Exhibit 6 one last time? Mr. Milligan, as the final restoration plan is being passed out, that fish doubling program was supposed to ensure that by the year 2000, the natural fish population as defined earlier in the thing would be accomplished. Is that correct?
It kind of states that all reasonable efforts would be made to ensure that by the year 2002.
Yes, I'm not trying to overstate that, but that was the,
Yes.
whether it was a hard or soft deadline, that was the time frame, correct?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, have we doubled those fish populations that were described in the bill, in the law?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, the next one that I just passed out is that final anadromous fish restoration program. I'm going fast again, I'm sorry. Anadromous fish restoration program. Sorry. Now, Mr. Milligan, I'm not trying to test your knowledge of this. I'm just going to flip through the pages of the exhibit just to get your impression. I want to make sure I'm on the right track. But the fish restoration program has certain actions for various waterways. Is that a correct statement? In order to move towards doubling of fish, correct?
Objection is to relevance in general, as well as to this part of the proceeding, since we have a part devoted to fish and wildlife.
Mr. Herrick?
I understand that's a good objection. The purpose of this is to test whether or not a federal mandate to do things has been complied with, and if not, then the no action alternative should include operational changes to meet this, and thus we don't have any appropriate analysis of the impacts to third parties.
Your microphone is not on, Mr. Williams.
Phil Williams for Westlands. To the extent that we're asking an operations member, panel member to interpret a federal mandate, I would suggest that we are straying pretty quickly into a legal conclusion. And while you're correct, ma'am, about Mr. Lehi and Mr. Milligan may have opinions, and certainly that may be value, I would stress that your task is to weigh the probative value of the opinions you are being provided.
Thank you for that reminder. Actually, before all the objections are voiced, Mr. Herrick, I was going to ask you to clarify for me, because Mr. Mulligan has already, in an answer to your previous question, indicated that the goals have not been met. So what is then the purpose in going through the specific actions to achieve the goal that he has already acknowledged has not been met?
Yeah, it was not my intent to go through all of the actions, but just to go through some of them to indicate that compliance with those goals would necessitate operational changes, which then later people will legally argue whether or not that should be part of the no action alternative.
All right, I will allow you that questioning.
I'm not going to harp on the many specifics, but
Thank you, Mr. Herrick.
Mr. Milligan, again, I'll do this quickly.
I'm sorry, and before you continue, all the other objections will be noted, and obviously, again, it will go into the weighing of the evidence.
Thank you. Mr. Milligan, the AFRP has various actions recommended for various rivers or streams, correct?
Yeah, some have referred to those as CVP-controlled streams.
Yeah, sorry. Now, those actions include things such as supplementing existing flows through releases or purchases of water for additional flows. Is that correct?
That's two categories, yes.
Yes. And again, if they're separate, go ahead and tell me. Is the Bureau operating to provide the supplemental flows listed for the streams on CVP-controlled waterways?
There's probably some places where we are short of those, but there are other places where we probably have flows in excess of those particular flows.
And I'm not trying to delve into convenience, possibility, or feasibility. I'm just indicating that the goals, the actions in the AFRP are not fully implemented. Would that be a correct statement?
And some of them may not be consistent. This is a document from kind of predates our current biological opinions, and there may be some inconsistencies with what's identified in these tables to what's currently in our biological opinions. And as I said, in some places we're providing flows in excess of what's identified in some of these streams, and in some places we fall short.
In those places where you fall short, would there be operational changes associated with meeting those additional flow suggestions, requirements, whatever you want to call them?
Given most of the flows, probably in terms of particularly the timing, there are probably periods where in essence we are in balanced conditions, if you will, or not certainly in flood control operations. So that would require a reoperation of the reservoir and withdrawal of stored water most likely.
And such reoperations are not part of the analysis done for this petition, correct?
Any changes, and I'll just I hate to go back to, let's say, CalSIM set of assumptions. Some of these particular elements are embedded in the CalSIM set of assumptions, and if we were to operate to additional releases beyond what's already within CalSIM, then that would mean additional release of stored water most likely.
And so when you say some of these are embedded in the CalSIM, that means some aren't, is that correct?
Yeah, I think some are not, but I would have to review each one of these depending on which ones were of your interest to see if there's a placeholder within CalSIM.
Yes. I don't mean to be rude and not look at you when I'm grabbing other stuff, but thank you.
Yes.
Next, I'd like to pass out Public Law 108-361, and that is South Delta 8, sorry. And I'd like to say for convenience on the cover page, there's the web address, but that's impossible for anybody to copy down, so I guess that makes it useless. Mr. Milligan, do you have a copy of that? South Delta 8, Public Law 108-361?
Yes, I do.
And this was I'll represent to you, this was previously designated HR 2828, which is the bill number when it was moving through Congress. You familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. And the third page of the exhibit has some highlighting. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And I can't represent to you the section it's under, but you can see there's a capital C regarding the intertie, and then after C there's a D where the highlighting is that correct?
Kind of D, program to meet standards?
Correct. And
yes.
I'm just trying to make sure that somebody later looking at this is looking at the same thing we look at. Now, you said you're familiar with this statute?
Well, to make sure I'm thinking the same, this is the CalFed Bay Delta Authorization Act.
Correct.
Is my familiarity with it. Yes, I have seen this before.
And that was in 2004, correct? Or enacted in 2004.
I believe that's correct.
Now, let me read to you a portion of the highlighted. It says under small I, in general, prior to increasing export limits from the Delta for the purpose of conveying water to south of Delta Central Valley project contractors or increasing deliveries through an intertie, the Secretary shall, not later than 1 year after the date of enactment of this act, in consultation with the governor, develop and initiate implementation of a program to meet all existing water quality standards and objectives for which the Central Valley project has responsibility. Do you see that?
I do.
Now, 1 year from October 2005 would be sometime in 1 year from October 2004 would be sometime in 2005. I'm sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, has the Bureau implemented a plan to meet all of its existing water quality standards and objectives?
There have been a number of efforts to compile a plan per se in terms of implementing a program as it's described here. And I'm sorry I'm not as up to speed with those various documents. This is something that's been in the works for, I'm afraid, longer than the 1 year congressional mandate. I am aware that there have been some reports to the Congress on the plan to meet standards, but I haven't followed that directly.
Okay. And without being too nasty here, Mr. Milligan, the statute says not just develop, but initiate implementation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the plan also talks about, you see their III recirculation program?
Yes, I do.
And it says the Secretary shall incorporate into the program, and by that I think they're referring to the program to meet standards, a recirculation program to provide flow, reduce salinity concentrations in the San Joaquin River, and reduce the reliance on New Melones Reservoir for meeting water quality and fishery flow objectives. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, has the Bureau initiated a recirculation program in order to help meet standards?
No, we have not.
Okay. Now, there are always legal arguments and there could be laws that change things, but I'm just asking for your view of this. Do you view this as a mandate on you as the operator of the Central Valley project to have done a couple of things that haven't been done?
As the operator, no, I would say this is direction to the Secretary. And I believe that we have communicated to the Congress as it relates to a number of these types of things in the Act.
Okay. And the next page of the document, South Delta, what did I say, 8, you see where there's a section small v, and it's called acquisition of water.
Yes, I do.
And you can read that here, but I'll just summarize real fast to save time. The Secretary is also directed to incorporate into the program to meet standards the purchases of water from willing sellers in order to also help meet standards. Is that correct? As a general statement.
I think it's to meet dilution discharges of salt and other constituents. So those types of standards is how I would probably view this.
Yeah, that's an appropriate nuance. And then all of this deals with, in the final paragraph and before, it talks about one of the purposes to reduce the reliance on New Melones for meeting the various San Joaquin River related obligations. Is that correct?
I think this was the intent of a lot of this particular section of the Act.
Okay. Has the Bureau reduced its reliance on New Melones for meeting such things as the Vernalis salinity standard?
That's a somewhat general question. I will say that the implementation of the salt and boron TMDL certainly appears to have had the effect of reducing the reliance of dilution flows from New Melones. We seem to be making lower releases for dilution flows than we may have had in the past. That's just an observation, and it seems to have correlated with the salt and boron TMDL. Has there been a particular set of objectives or other planning actions to do that? No, there has not.
That was an excellent answer, by the way. Mr. Milligan, has the Bureau reduced its reliance on New Melones for meeting fishery flows measured at Vernalis?
I'm going to object. This whole line of questioning, I'm losing the relevance to the impacts from the WaterFix. I'm losing the connection of relevance to the impacts of WaterFix.
Madam Chair?
Seriously? Okay.
I
Mr. Herrick,
will do this
explain.
once again, that I'm trying to establish that there are other mandates rather than D1641, which arguably require the Bureau and the state to do other things. And if those other things were done, that would change the no action alternative, which would change the analysis of injury. So that's my same explanation as before.
Thank you. Overruled. Please continue, Mr. Herrick.
Thank you. Okay. Now, Mr. Milligan, just to upset you even further, I have the plan to meet standards. And so that's South Delta number 9. And as that's being passed out,
And as that's being passed out, Mr. Herrick, do you think we might be able to wrap up your cross-exam by 12:30?
no.
How much further do you have?
I have to assume I have at least 45 minutes.
Okay, then.
But if I may, I'm not trying to,
No, I
other
understand.
people have different things, but
I understand.
I don't
My
think it
suggestion
would-
will be,
yeah.
if this is a new line of questioning, is it? It's now a good time for our lunch break?
how about if we do it after this exhibit?
Okay,
This won't take more than a couple minutes.
all right, we'll do that then.
Thank you very much. Mr. Milligan, you have South Delta number 9 in front of you, which is the reclamations program to meet standards.
I have what appears to be an excerpt of that. It might be, I don't even know if it's the entire executive summary or not.
Let me rephrase that because you are absolutely correct. In front of you is South Delta's exhibit, which is excerpts from the plan, certainly not the whole plan.
Okay, yes, I do have that.
And you see on the cover page, second, third, there's a map, and then the page after that's labeled ES-3, the page number, and there's some highlighting on there.
No, yes.
And just generally, that's a portion of the plan recognizing that the D1641 standards include the 3 interior South Delta standards for salinity, correct?
Yes, that's what it states.
And the only purpose of asking that is the plan doesn't ignore the South Delta standards. It recognizes that those are some of the obligations that they're supposed to meet under the plan of what do we call it?
Or at least this sentence acknowledges that these 3 stations are part of D1641.
There you go. Now, on the next page, which is ES4, you see where I've highlighted program objectives.
Yes.
And there are 2 of them there that I've highlighted. The first one says, reduce reliance on releases from New Melones Reservoir for meeting water quality and fishery flow requirements near Vernalis so as to increase water deliveries to CVP contractors. You see that?
I do see that.
Is it your understanding that the plan to meet standards in PL 108-361 required meeting standards near Vernalis or all water quality obligations? I didn't say that very well. Let me do that again.
Same objection is before calling for legal conclusion.
Let me phrase that because that was
Phrase
very
that, Mr.
confusing.
Herrick.
Mr. Milligan, I apologize. You see where it says flow requirements near Vernalis in that section I just read?
I do see that.
Do you know why it says near Vernalis rather than referencing the same language that was in the statute, which is meeting all water quality objectives?
I do not know why the objectives as stated, program objectives as stated here are focused specifically to the Vernalis objectives, or or objectives near Vernalis anyway.
And so that first highlighted part talks about reducing reliance on Numa Lotus for meeting certain things, correct?
Yes, specifically water quality and fishery flow requirements.
Right. And then the next bullet says, improve water quality conditions in the San Joaquin River above Vernalis, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you have any opinion on whether or why the program objectives do not include meeting the water quality standards?
I do not.
Okay. That's a good time to break. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Herrick. We will resume at 1 p.m. All right, thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. It's 1 o'clock. We will resume, but before Mr. Herrick gets started, I want to do just a quick check-in with the parties that are coming up regarding cross-examination so that we can sort of have some sort of a planning timeline for the rest of today. Mr. Herrick will anticipate about another half an hour.
Or more.
We'll see, Mr. Herrick.
I understand.
Group number 22, do you expect to conduct cross-examination? City of Stockton. 23, Stockton East Water District. 24, Ms. Baldetta? Actually, if you wouldn't mind coming up just so that we can hear you. Recognizing that this is only an approximation, how much time do you think you might need?
This is Jennifer Spalletta for North San Joaquin. We have actually coordinated with both Stockton East and with the county.
Okay.
And so I anticipate that between Mr. Keeling and I, we will take no more than 2 hours.
Okay.
Correct?
That's correct.
So that might actually get us to today. But in case we are even more efficient than that, how about group number 26?
I believe you skipped group 25.
I'm sorry,
which
did
is
I?
The County
Okay,
of Solano and
25,
Contra Costa.
yes.
Yeah, the Peter Milinich for County of Solano. My cross-examination could take anywhere probably from 20 to 40 minutes.
Okay.
But for purely selfish reasons, I'm happy to wait until Thursday.
Okay. All right. So we may or may not get to you today. You should know, though, on Thursday, I would like to obviously continue any remaining cross-examination from today, but I would first like to start with Mr. O'Laughlin, Group 18, if he still would like to conduct cross-examination, because we deferred him from yesterday. Right? Any other questions?
It doesn't look like you're going to get to me today, but I'm Matthew Emmerich, City of Antioch, and I've coordinated with Ms. Nikki Seward to take my cross-examination if you get to us.
Okay. So
So
in essence, we're combining, or are you switching?
we'll be switching 27 and I think 42,
Okay.
but only for today's purposes.
41? All right. And that will hold if we get to you on Thursday as well?
Yes, I would go, well, if you don't get to us to 27 today, we'll be 27 on Thursday.
We will not get to you today, is my estimation. So then the switch will not happen on Thursday,
Okay, great.
right?
No, it will
I mean,
not.
that is your request, right?
That it would happen today only if you got to us.
Got it.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Broski, are you stretching your legs, or do you have a question? Which is perfectly fine to stretch your legs.
So I'm going to have 1 hour. I'm number 31, I believe. So you're saying we're not going to get to me today?
I am doubtful that we will get to 31 today. Given the estimates that have just been voiced by Mr. Herrick and Ms. Spalletta, I always have trouble with her name, and also group number 25.
And then Mr. O'Laughlin is going to go first on Thursday.
Correct.
Do we have a time estimate for him?
I never try to predict Mr. O'Laughlin.
He has previously estimated at least 2 hours, but that's not a commitment from him.
Nor a commitment from me.
Okay, so he'll go out of order. He'll go first, and then we'll resume the order is what will happen on Thursday.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you. With that, Mr. Heck, please resume.
Thank you. And as I call you Madam Chair, I notice that I keep referring to you as Madam Chair, but we have a Madam Chair and a hearing officer, and so I don't know how to address you ladies, but I will do my best.
Thank you. I don't believe that's a critical issue at
Thank
the
you.
moment before
I
us.
Once in a while I realize that I'm not thinking. Okay, Mr. Milligan, just as a follow-up to the final discussions from last time, is the Bureau prepared to agree to any conditions that would require recirculation or acquisitions of water on the San Joaquin River in order to help meet standards as part of your petition here?
I think that would be a policy question, but I'm not aware of any proposal along those lines.
Next is South Delta number 10. And Dean previously laid piles of the documents out for people to grab. So that's it. And it just has some excerpts from D1641. Before I label this an actual South Delta exhibit, I believe it's a state board exhibit. So however that should be designated, whether it's South Delta or something else, it's the whole document is already, I think, on the web or something. So I'll clear that up with your staff when they're yelling at me later. Mr. Milligan, do you have a copy of D1641 excerpts that I've provided in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Lehi, you have access to that same copy or your own copy?
Yes, I do as well.
Okay. And these questions are for both of you, so I'll just start with Mr. Milligan. Mr. Milligan, on page 150 of D1641, so it's the third page in, I've begun to highlight a few things. And to save time, I will go quickly, but please feel free to say stop going quickly or let me give me a minute. But D1641 included conditions on the projects for joint point of diversion operations, correct?
Yes.
And on page 150 is a list of, it continues on, but some of those provisions, you see that, or you agree with that?
Yes, I believe these are the conditions related to joint point, as we've been calling it.
Yes, and the number 3 under A, I've highlighted that, and that talks about there has to be a response plan for water levels in order for joint point to go forward. Is that correct?
That would be consistent with A3 here, as you've highlighted.
Yes. And do you know if we do have, I'm not trying to trick you, I'll be presenting it to you. Is your understanding that we have a response plan for water levels with the projects?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you. And then number 4 is another condition of joint point is that all other provisions of the above permits are met. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then number 5 is developing a response plan for water quality. Would you agree with that?
That continues on to the next page?
Yes.
Yes.
And again, I'm not trying to blindside you. There is a response plan for quality, which I'll present here in a minute. We can go over, but I just want to go through to lay the groundwork for what some of the other D1641 conditions are on the projects. So are you aware of these conditions?
Yes.
And then, I don't know if I have this backwards, then Mr. Lehi, the same thing. If you go to the end of my handout, starting on page 152, maybe I have those backwards, but anyway, there's one section that deals with the Bureau and there's one section that deals with the state, and they both have similar conditions on JPOD that I just mentioned. Is that correct?
This is the section on stage 2 JPOD. Is that on page 152?
Yeah, page 150. I believe that if you go to the previous page, that deals with the federal permits. And then we were reading from all stages. On page 150, it talks about all stages. And then if you flip forward to what's labeled page 155, I think that's the beginning of the DWR permits, and it talks about the same 3 provisions. Agree. I apologize for rushing. I'm just trying to get through it. And this is, I'm just trying to lay the groundwork that.
Yes,
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, I see it. That appears to be the terms and conditions associated with DWR's permits.
And to your knowledge, is DWR operating pursuant to the water level response plan?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is DWR operating pursuant to the water quality response plan?
To my knowledge, yes.
And the same questions for you, Mr. Milligan. Or do you believe that the Bureau is operating according to those two plans?
When we've been doing joint point, yes. When we've been operating with joint point, yes, we have.
Yes. And for clarity, those are conditions on joint point, not general conditions for the permits.
That's
correct?
my understanding.
Yes. And, okay, so the next exhibit is South Delta 11, which is in, it's there for people to grab and pass out, sorry. And if everybody has this in front of them, South Delta Exhibit 11 is the response plan for water levels under D1641. And on the third page of that handout, Mr. Milligan, do you see where I've highlighted some text?
Let's go ahead and give Mr. Herrick another 30 minutes.
Thank you, I apologize.
It's kind of highlighted of the, what looks to be previously highlighted text.
Yeah, is it not clear on your copy? I apologize. Can you see it on the overhead?
Yes. Yes, I see it here.
Okay, I'll read it real fast here. It says water levels are considered adequate if they are forecasted to be 0.0 feet mean sea level or greater at Old River near Tracy Road Bridge and Dowdy Cut above Grant Line Canal Barrier, and 0.3 feet mean sea level or greater at Middle River near Howard Road Bridge. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that in your standing? Those are the criteria for adequate water levels in the South Delta when J-Pod is occurring?
That is my understanding.
Okay. So the next page of the handout has another section that's highlighted, and I'll read that quickly. It's called Updated Modeling. During the existence of this plan, DWR, Reclamation, and SDWA shall work together to improve the reliability of the modeling used to predict the effects of export pumping on South Delta water levels, period. The parties shall also work together to refine the definition of water levels in the South Delta, below which local diversions become impaired. If additional or replacement definitions of said water levels are identified through this plan, they shall be incorporated into this plan. Is that, you understand that's part of the water level response plan?
Yeah, as it relates to the updates of a modeling or new criteria.
And if I may ask Mr. Holderman, you have some level of familiarity with this plan, do you not?
Yes, I do.
I believe you were involved in working through the details and agreements on it?
Right.
To avoid time, not avoid time, to avoid excessive time, I apologize if I sound like a test. I want to see if you can agree with what I'm going to say. We've had various issues involved with the water level plan, is that correct?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Have we had instances when people have complained about low water levels during
Yes.
joint point?
Yes.
And have we had discussions, we've had discussions, haven't we, about whether or not the 0.3 or 0.0 should be altered or not, correct?
Yes.
And we have not resolved that, is that correct?
Well, since this plan, there's also been a change in datums, so we got to be careful with that because the 0.0 and 0.3 were under a different datum. I think it was NAVD or NGVD, and now the levels of concern are 2.5 under NAVD datum. And in fact, we've raised the level at two of the three stations where we monitor the levels and to determine whether we're have concerns to match the Middle River water level, which used to be 0.3, while the others were 0.0. Now they're all 2.5 in the new datum. So they've all been raised to match the Middle River level of concern.
Okay, to your knowledge, have there been times when there have been complaints about the ability to divert water due to low water levels when J-Pod was occurring?
I can't think of the specific times, but I do recall there's been complaints, and our staff has generally investigated those complaints in cooperation with South Delta Water Agency.
And those complaints have been raised during times when the water levels are above the agreed to minimum level of concern pursuant to this response plan, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
And I'm not trying to confuse the change in datum. It's just that whatever the level is, that there's been complaints during that time.
There has been.
Okay. Mr. Milligan, would the Bureau be agreeable to conditions to the permit in order to alter or change the minimum agreeable water levels in the South Delta as a condition to certain operations?
Objection. We already had a discussion this morning about permit terms. I think the same logic applies here.
Yeah, Mr. Herrick, I recall Mr. Milligan answering several times that such things are policy calls, and he does not have an answer to the question. So in light of that, where are you trying to go with these additional questions to which I assume he will have the same answer?
Yeah, I don't mean to be repetitive, but I just thought the record should be clear that DWR or the Bureau isn't at this time, whether it's willing or able to agree, but I wanted to, on each one of these issues that I've raised, to ask the question about, is your entity willing to enter into stipulations about those conditions? So I understand the objection. I just don't want to waste time, but I think it's necessary for the record to tie it all together.
All right, thank you. I'll note the objections, but I'll request that the witness answer.
And if I could just have a standing objection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bellina.
So John, could you repeat your question, just so I know?
Is the Bureau willing to agree to conditions to this petition that would include a resolution of the water levels of concern?
That's going to be a policy call, and I think it would be viewed in light of the whole package of conditions when that happens.
Sorry. Mr. Milligan, do you believe that we should resolve any issue about water levels of concern prior to analyzing the impacts of the project on legal users?
I think we should assess if there is a change in the water levels, and I think as an independent and parallel process, we should be working in conjunction with the South Delta interests about any future operations in response to low levels. But they may be separate tasks, and I think we can do those in parallel.
Mr. Lehigh, save time. Would you have the same answers as Mr. Milligan just had with regard to the state project?
Yes, I think I generally agree with Mr. Milligan's response, and that as far as adding any permit conditions, that would be a policy call as far as DWR is concerned as well.
Thank you. The next exhibit I have is South Delta 13. I skipped number 12. 13 is the water quality response plan. And as we get that up, let me just preface my questions by saying I'm not trying to trick you. There's a series of actions leading to some final document. This is the initial plan. Next, I will be showing you the board's approval of the plan, et cetera. So this was the initial plan submitted by the Bureau and DWR. I'm representing that. You can disagree with that. Mr. Milligan, do you recognize this as the water quality response plan or excerpts from the water quality response plan produced by the Bureau and DWR under D1641? Sorry.
It does appear to be.
Okay. And the second page of my document has some highlighted parts, and the part I'm going to read is just the highlight, so I'm not trying to avoid the unhighlighted language. You can look at that, but the first part I've highlighted says, however, if water quality standards at Vernalis or any of the 3 Southern Delta interior stations are not being met, then I've skipped some, comma, then the incremental export program effects to the South Delta water quality would be deemed unacceptable, and the incremental export program cannot occur without other mitigation measures for South Delta salinity effects. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And that was a term or condition that the Bureau was willing to abide by when they developed this plan?
It's part of the plan that we submitted, yes.
And then the next highlighted section is down near the bottom of that page under the heading of transfers by third parties. And let me read that real fast. In addition to operating JPOD for the CVP and the SWP, consistent with this plan, Reclamation and the department will also follow this water quality response plan when operating the Delta pumping facilities to facilitate potential water transfers of their own and water transfers of third parties. You see that language?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Milligan, is your understanding of that language that JPOD applies to not just the technical joint point of diversion, but also to all transfers through the export pumps?
That the plan, this plan on water quality would apply to joint point of diversion and transfers by third parties.
Okay. Mr. Milligan, is it your understanding that the Bureau is operating in compliance with the water quality response plan?
Well, yes.
Okay. Mr. Lehi, is it your opinion, or is it your understanding that the state is operating according to the water quality response plan that we just reviewed?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Okay. The next exhibit is South Delta 14. Which is a letter from the State Board to Mr. Milligan, and I believe your predecessor, Mr. Lehi, Carl Torgerson. Is that correct? Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, this is the predecessor to the chief of the operations office through which I work.
And on the second page of the document, I've highlighted some text. And again, I apologize. I'll read the first part to you. Under number 1, it says, DWR and USBR shall meet the requirements included in the WQRP dated April 25th, 2005, and shall meet the further conditions in this approval. JPOD diversions are authorized pursuant to this WQRP if DWR and USBR are in compliance with the time schedule established in the draft cease and desist orders, and it lists the numbers of them, or any subsequent final order of the State Water Board. Mr. Milligan, do you see that language?
I do see the language.
And then under that, there are 2 time frames. And again, I'm just trying to save time, so I apologize for rushing, but according to this approval, would you agree that the State Board approved the water quality response plan if prior to January 1st, 2009, you were in compliance with the draft cease and desist orders, and after January 9th, if you're in compliance with all permit conditions, correct?
Give me a moment to read through that.
Certainly, and while just to bother you, there's further action on this through the cease and desist orders. I'm just moving through these as we go. But.
So could you repeat your question?
Yes. Is it correct to say that this approval and the July 1st, 2005 letter for the the water quality response plan says generally, if the Bureau and DWR are in compliance with the terms of the cease and desist order, the draft cease and desist order, they can pump water up through January 1st, as long as the 1.0 EC level of salinity is met at the relevant stations, and that after January 1st, 2009, then they have to be in compliance with a 0.7 during the appropriate times. Is that how you read that?
It is, but my quick read is this would apply to joint point diversions, and it's a little unclear about the point you were making on transfers.
Okay. Without tricking you, do you have any knowledge that the limitations on joint point were removed from transfers at any time?
I just see them as distinctly different, and I think, so this text seems to speak to joint point, but it's a little bit silent on the transfer question.
That's fine. Next exhibit is South Delta 15, and that's the cease and desist order, WR 2006-0006.
We only seem to have one, John, if we need to share.
Got all these questions I forgot to ask. Anyway, you have that in front of you, Mr. Milligan?
I do.
And again, this is excerpts from that plan. I have the whole plan if anybody needs it. And the second page begins with, or the second page has some highlighting on it. Do you see that?
I see it.
And again, I'm trying to speed things up here. On page 28, which is that second page, I've highlighted parts. But anyway, basically this cease and desist order, there's a further change later in time, but this one says that the department and the Bureau are supposed to implement measures to obviate threatened non-compliance with certain water quality requirements, correct? That's the bottom of page 28.
Yes. Well, whatever condition 5 was back on page 159 of...
Yeah, and to refresh your recollection, maybe the cease and desist order dealt with meeting the Southern Delta objectives, correct?
Correct. So I assume we saw that these are the same pages we were looking at earlier.
Right. And then on the next page under B1, there's some more language I've highlighted. Again, I'm sorry to rush you. You can look at that. My question is going to be, the cease and desist order then somewhat altered the previous approval of the Joint Point Water Quality Control Plan, correct?
I'm going to object. We have lengthy documents here that have been highlighted in part, and the witnesses are being asked to essentially agree with Mr. Herrick on his interpretation without being afforded the opportunity either in time or to view the document in its full context. I have no objection that the documents speak for themselves, and I don't think they need to be read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Berliner. And I know that Mr. Herrick is rushing to try to accommodate my request, but let's go ahead and allow Mr. Milligan the time he needs to read this and answer as appropriately.
Yes, I apologize for trying to rush the witnesses.
Well, I have read the sections involved here.
And so when you read them in whole, including the first page we reviewed, page 28, the new deadline is 2009 for accomplishing certain things, correct?
That is.
Okay. We're almost through with this, sorry. Next is South Delta 16, which is the amended cease and desist order, or WR 2010-002, 302. Sorry. Now, Mr. Milligan, as you review this document or look at it real quickly, again, trying to save time, and this may not be a good idea, but there was the original cease and desist order, and then this one is a amendment to that, shall we say, a change to it to extend the time frame by which certain things need to be done, correct?
That is my recollection what the amended order was meant to achieve.
Yeah, and so the new order then, let me start over, sorry. If you turn to what's page 20 of the order, in the exhibit there, it's the beginning of the order itself, and there's a highlighted sentence, partial sentence. Before that. There you go. And so again, you can disagree or qualify your answers. So the order restates that the Bureau and DWR are supposed to obviate the threat of noncompliance, and then the next page is by a certain time frame. Is that correct? Or till something happens.
It's not jumping out to me what the new time frame is.
And that's my next question. On page 21, then the next page, I've highlighted some stuff, and I will read this. I apologize. The order says, within 180 days from the completion of the State Water Board's pending proceeding to consider changes to the interior Southern Delta salinity objectives and the associated program of implementation, and then I'll skip some there. It says, DWR and USBR shall submit a revised detailed plan and schedule to the Executive Director for compliance with the conditions set forth in paragraph 1 above. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And paragraph 1 above referred to the obviating, measures to obviate the threat of noncompliance at the Southern Delta stations, correct?
That seems to be the reference.
Okay. Now, at the bottom of this page and continuing on to the next page, I'll read that. It says, for purposes of this paragraph, the pending proceeding to consider changes to the interior Southern Delta salinity objectives and the associated program of implementation and any subsequent water right proceeding shall be deemed to have been completed if the State Board has not issued a final order in the water right proceeding by January 1st, 2013, unless the water right proceeding has been initiated, is proceeding as expeditiously as reasonably possible, and will be completed no later than October 1st, 2014. Do you see that language?
I do.
Now, Mr. Milligan, is your understanding of that language that the Bureau and DWR were supposed to have a plan to meet the standards delivered to the State Board by January 1st, 2013?
Well, no, that's not how I would probably have read this text. I would have assumed 180 days from completion of a process which I would have assumed was underway, that unless it was not completed by October 1st, 2014. But I may have, maybe I've, because of the short time here to review this, maybe I'm missing my timing here.
I'm not trying to stump you. I just want to make sure the record's clear and see if your understanding will eventually comport with mine. And so going back to page 21, it talks about within 180 days of the completion of something, a new plan has to be submitted, correct?
That's what the
First part.
first lines of the section here.
And then the last part says, for the purposes of this, that proceeding shall be considered completed if the state board hasn't actually completed it. Is that a fair summary? And that new date is 2013.
And then there's an unless
Right.
component.
And do you believe that the unless component has occurred? In other words, has the water right proceeding been initiated and going forward and will be completed by October 1st of 2014?
I'm going to renew my objection. This is something that Mr. Herrick knows like the back of his hand. He has not established this witness is on the same level that he's at regarding this document, so there's a lack of foundation for this testimony. You can tell by the back and forth that has occurred here. This is very complicated, and the witness is being asked to agree to certain premises in this document that he's clearly not familiar with. So I think this questioning is improper.
Your objection is noted, Mr. Herrick.
I would just comment. Sorry.
I'm not going to grant the objection, but I will request you to be more careful in your phrasing of your questions. And if necessary, we'll take the time for Ms. Milligan to fully comprehend, or at least comprehend enough to answer your questions.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Milligan, I'm not trying to make you say something that you're not comfortable with, and so if the answer is I'm not sure at this point, that's fine. But what these questions are leading to is whether or not, to your understanding, you're in compliance with the CDO. I think that's an important issue. So if you're not sure, you don't think you can answer, that's fine, but that's what I'm trying to explore. And so let me ask that ultimate question. Is it your understanding that you're in compliance with the terms and conditions in WR 2010-0002?
I think as a matter of totality, I believe we are. As it relates to these specifics, I probably need to spend some more time with some of our water rights experts as to build the chain here as to what maybe some of these terms mean and in terms of timing of submitting some additional information to the board.
Okay. And do you have an understanding of whether or not the Bureau has submitted a new plan to obviate violations at the South Delta standards by January 1st, 2013?
I am not sure if we have or not.
Okay. Mr. Lehigh, the same question. Do you believe that the Department of Water Resources operating the State Water Project is doing so in compliance with WR 2010-0002?
Yes, I believe Mr. Holderman could help answer this for the department.
Yes, every quarter we submit a report per the terms of the CDO to the Water Board, the State Board, indicating our progress and the status of the various terms and conditions of the CDO. And we've been doing that for many years. What Mr. Herrick is not showing is there is text in the CDO, not in this particular paragraph that he's showing, that makes clear that at least from our interpretation in the Bay Delta office, that the board intended for that 180 days start upon completion of a water quality control plan process, which has been, we all know, has been taking a long time. So there is some contrary language in the CDO that can be interpreted different ways. And I know you're looking at this paragraph. We've looked at it as well and try to interpret what that really means. We're, deeming something complete that obviously is not completed. And then other paragraphs in the CDO that say very, very clearly that the board intended for this to happen after the water quality control plan process and the water rights process is played out.
Well, Mr. Holderman, if you're going to answer the question, then let me ask you this follow-on, and that is, if the language of the order, starting on page 21 and continues through 22, tells the Bureau and DWR when completion of the process is deemed to be done, isn't that a direction as to the final date? You seem to suggest that there's other language that supersedes that somehow. Where would that other language be?
It's beginning of the, for instance, it's near the beginning of the CDO. I haven't looked at it recently, but I mean, I've looked at it recently in terms of this proceeding, but I've recalled that language being in there because this has come up before. And we found language that was somewhat contrary to this language. And even if you interpreted this the way you appear to be interpreting it, the new plan wouldn't be any different than the plan we submitted in 2006 because nothing's changed. The whole intent was to prepare a new plan based on new water quality control plan, potentially water quality control plan objectives and a water rights proceeding. So it would make sense to submit a plan that was no different than the plan we submitted in 2006 under the original CDO.
Well, Mr. Holdeman, when it says the process will be deemed completed by January 13 if it hasn't been done, then on what basis would you say they don't want you to submit a new plan?
Well, what I'm saying is if it's deemed completed, then there is no new water quality control plan yet. It basically defaults to the existing one. And we've already submitted a plan in 2006 based on that. There's no new plan to prepare.
Isn't that the purpose of the CDO, is to get a new plan by a certain deadline?
Yes, based on new, potentially revised water quality control plan objectives. And there is language in the CDO that you're not displaying that reflects that thinking.
Would it be helpful if we pause for a moment for you to find that passage?
Well, these are just excerpts, and I don't have a copy.
I have the whole order. I would say that's fine if you want to do that. I believe
Depends
Mr.
on your line of questioning, Mr. Herrick.
I know. Mr. Holdeman's referring to, I believe, language in the text of the CDO, but I'm referring to language in the order part. And so I'm not sure the point of saying something might be contrary in the language of the CDO rather than the order part of the CDO. The CDO as history and stuff like that. So if the board would like to do that, I will give Mr. Holderman the entire text. He can do that.
But where are you going with this line of questioning?
Well, I'm trying to show that the operations of the projects are not in compliance with the terms of D1641, especially the CDO, and until they figure out how they can be in compliance, we can't do an analysis of the no action alternative, and thus we can't analyze impacts to third parties. The board, if I may, and this is argument, if it's argument, please stop me, but if there's an existing mandatory requirement on the projects that they're not doing, then they're not describing what they're doing now, and they can't compare that to what they want to do in the future.
So, okay, I understand that. Let me, in the interest of trying to get through this gridlock, what I'm confused about is Mr. Holdeman gave what I thought was a reasonable answer in terms of the water quality control plan has not been updated. Therefore, the plan that was previously submitted by the department would still hold under current conditions. And now I'm trying to understand, based on that answer, where are you going next?
Well, my questions are in response to a position that's contrary to the plain language of the CDO. The CDO language we read deals with when a new plan is due if we don't determine new standards. And so if DWR's position is, although we were directed to do it by a certain final date, we didn't, and we're not going to do anything but do the same plan again, I think that's relevant. So if that's the status of DWR, that's fine.
May I add one other thing? Is
please, Mr. Holdeman.
The date, January 2013, was quite a while ago, and we've been submitting these quarterly reports quarterly, and the Water Board, your staff, has not indicated that we were out of compliance, or we haven't provided the plan that we were supposed to provide 3 years ago. And I guess you might insinuate that that might be a concurrence in our interpretation of the CDO.
That's a valid point, except I don't get to cross-examine state board staff.
Which is
I'd
probably
like
why,
to.
Which is probably why he made that point. Mr. Herrick, I somehow doubt that you're going to get these witnesses to agree to your point of view with respect to compliance with, well, with the current requirements. And I don't know how much further you want to spend on this particular issue, where I don't see there is hope of them agreeing to the points that you're trying to make. In other words, this may not be the most fruitful line of questioning for you to pursue, although it is within your discretion, but I feel that you have adequately made your arguments for the record.
I appreciate that. I won't go any further. I think the documents speak for themselves, and we'll use this in argument later.
Thank you, Mr. Herrick.
Thank you. So let me see what's next, given that. If you'll give me one moment, please. Let me ask Mr. Milligan a question, because he was the one I talked about JPOD with as a sort of a final on this line of questioning. Is it your understanding that transfers of water can occur? Excuse me, let me start over. That's not coming together there. You testified that you weren't sure that transfers were still limited by the terms of JPOD restrictions. Is that correct?
I think what I was referring to is the transfers, the sections that we were discussing seemed to have been specific to joint point of diversion and was silent on transfers. So we probably need to spend more time as it relates to the question of transfers.
Okay. Okay. I'll go back to Mr. Holderman on the CDO excerpts that I've provided. Is it your understanding that you as in DWR have complied with the other terms and conditions set forth in this CDO order? And by that I mean the ones subsequent to the ones we've covered?
Yes.
Okay. And has DWR or the Bureau given notices each time they predicted an exceedance of a South Delta standard?
I'd have to defer that to the operators.
Yes, that portion of the CDO would have come from our operations office, and yes, I feel that we've complied with that aspect of the CDO.
Without arguing too much, isn't it correct that once in a while there's a notice of a potential exceedance, but that there have been notices once the exceedance occurs?
Yeah, I think the CDO requires both of those elements. It requires a notification of a potential exceedance, and then it also requires notification once an exceedance has occurred. And to my knowledge, we've met all of those conditions.
Okay. Next is that. I'll do that for argument. Do that. For the record, for follow-up arguments, but Mr. Milligan, the department and the Bureau are currently pumping transfer water this summer, correct?
Reclamation is not.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Lehigh, the department is pumping transfer water this summer. I think it's at 400 CFS today or something. Is that correct?
Yes, this summer, generally, there is some water from the long-term Yuba Accord that we were picking up, yes.
And that pumping has occurred during times when the one or more of the South Delta salinity standards is being exceeded. Is that correct?
I don't know if that is correct.
Mr. Holdeman, are you familiar with the exceedances this summer for South Delta salinity standards?
I've seen documents, I'm CC'd on documents that operations sends out regarding that.
Would it refresh your recollection if I said that the transfer of up to 500 CFS started on July 1st? Does that sound right?
I wouldn't know.
Yes, I would agree with the fact that their transfers started as early as July 1st.
Okay. Mr. Holdeman, do you know if South Delta salinity standards have been violated as of and post July 1st, 2016?
I can't give you any dates, but typically
The
that
answer,
time of the
yes.
year, it could happen. I don't know the dates.
I do have knowledge of that. Some of the standards have been exceeded. I don't have the timing exactly of when each standard has been exceeded this summer, but they have occurred. As far as terms of violation, I don't know if I'd agree with that assessment.
I think I said exceedance. Well, we'll just rely on the CDEC record. I won't waste everybody's time, but.
How much more do you have, Mr. Herrick?
I have one major topic left, so that's probably 15 minutes. And then if I could have a couple minutes to go through stuff and, a couple catch-up questions that I missed. So half an hour at the most.
20 minutes.
20 minutes at the most. Thank you. The next exhibit is number South Delta 21. It's another excerpt from D1641. And it's a different excerpt, sorry. And again, it's 21 on mine, but D1641 is a...
Mr. Herrick, we don't have number 21. However, we can pull up D1641.
I didn't understand that. It won't come up?
Number 21 is not on our flash drive that you provided, but we can pull up D1641.
Oh, I don't think we need to. Yes. It's just a very quick, basic question. Mr. Milligan, Mr. Lehi, these questions are based upon your earlier representations that day-to-day operations are able to meet water quality standards better than maybe indicated by modeling of the impacts. Do you recall those statements of your general statements? That's kind of a horrible question.
I'm sorry, was that question for myself?
Yeah, let's start with you, Mr. Lehi. My recollection is in your testimony, both verbal and written, you talked about how actual day-to-day operations allowed you to better meet water quality standards than may be reflected in modeling of compliance. Do you recall that?
Yes, then reflected in the modeling as submitted as part of this petition.
Yes. Okay, so the excerpt from D1641 is simply a table 3, which is the water quality objectives for fish and wildlife beneficial uses. I assume you see that in front of you now. And I've highlighted the delta outflow requirement. And the part I highlighted is the water year type. It says all. The time period says February through June. And then the value is footnote 10. You see that, Mr. Milligan, Mr. Lehi?
Yes.
And I will not strain anybody's ability to describe or understand X2, but footnote 10 deals with that X2 issue, right? It tells the different conditions under which different obligations kick in. Is that right? As a general statement?
Yes.
Okay. So next is South Delta 22, is that not on the stick too? What the heck?
It is not.
We only have 1 through 20.
Next one is this, which is, 2009-0013 exec, and it is an order by the State Water Source Control Board dealing with a TUC request back in 2009. And I hope everybody has their copy. Sorry for the lack of, I won't blame anybody else. It's my ultimate responsibility. Anyway, you have that in front of you, Mr. Milligan, Mr. Lehi.
Yes.
And do you recall participating in the hearing on this, on the TUCP that was filed on February 10th, 2009, dealing with X2, the outflow standard we just referenced in D1641?
Well, I vaguely remember the hearing itself. It was a little while ago.
I'm not trying to tax your memory on the exact particulars of the hearing, but you do recall that a TUCP was filed in 2009, and then a hearing was scheduled, everybody showed up, and in the interim it rained. Remember that? And so the X2 was satisfied eventually, but this is the final order from that hearing. Do you recall that? And if you don't, that's okay.
I do recall the events of that particular January into February.
Yes.
Where we were having the discussion while it was pouring outside, and the X2 requirement was being met.
The good Lord has a sense of irony. Anyway, on page 2 and 3 of the order document in front of you, I've highlighted certain portions. On page 2, I just highlighted the part that says the petition requests, and then number 1 is a waiver of the starting gate requirement. Do you see that? I'm not going to test you on that. I'm just laying the foundation for the next questions.
Yes.
And then on the next page, page 3, number 2 has the second relief requested, which is a change to the minimum, the daily 14-day running average or something like that, correct? One of the averages, sorry.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And then lower down on the that same page 3, there's an excerpt from the actual petition, and it's put in the order here, and you see where it says, without a modification of the above X2 bracket delta outflow close bracket standards, comma, the projects could be forced to reduce exports even further than the severe restrictions currently projected and increase releases from upstream reservoirs in February to increase the NDOI from 7,100 CFS to 11,400 CFS. You see where it says that?
Yes.
Does that, jog your memory that that was the relief or the justification being sought, was that because of the conditions, they might, the Bureau and DWR would like to get a relaxation of that X2 standard. Is that correct?
Not seeing our actual petition, but the order part, I would have to assume that this excerpt was lifted properly by the board.
That's correct, and I'm also assuming that the excerpt is somehow correct. Okay. Now, if I may have one moment, please, Madam Hearing Officer. And then this will be South Delta 23. Mr. Milligan, Mr. Lehi, you have in front of you a printout that's captioned Delta hydrology conditions. Whether or not it's true or not, I mean, you have the exhibit in front of you?
Yes.
Mr. Lehi, do you recognize this as apparently a printout from the DWR Delta Ops website that shows monthly data and is available to the public?
Yes, this is a report that's produced from my office.
Yes. And again, I'm not being facetious, but assuming this is accurate, I'm using this, you don't have to say it's necessarily accurate. But I'd like to note that, I'd like to direct you to the parts I've highlighted. On February 1st, in the far left column, if you go over to the right, it shows diversions from Clifton Court, Forebay, and Tracy Pumping Plant. Do you see that?
Yes.
And those are the numbers that are being reported that are occurring on the date that's listed, correct?
Yes.
So those are those would be the total exports for any particular day of those two pumping plants / Clifton Court Forebay, correct?
Yes, this would be historical data for that.
I'm just
date
trying to
on
have
that row, correct?
Sorry. I'm just trying to, so everybody understands what this shows. The chart shows various flows, various rivers, and then it shows exports and pumping, not just the exports from the projects, but it also has Contra Costa Pumping Plant and other things. So I just want to be complete. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, now if we move down to the 10th, February 10th, which is the day of the petition referenced in the prior order, 2009-0013, the day of the petition exports are, what's that, 998 and 1002? Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And without sounding stupid, that totals 2,000 CFS, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then the day after the petition was filed, exports go to 1990 CFS and 1,719 CFS. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, you referenced the date that the petition was filed?
Yes. One of the portions of the prior exhibit I looked at was the date it was filed, and that's on the very first page. It's the actual first words in the introduction.
Okay, yes, I see it.
Okay. So, and then on the 12th, exports go to 1990 and 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And so exports from between the 2nd and exports between February 10th and February 12th went from 2,000 to 4,000 CFS, correct, total?
That's what this shows, correct.
Okay. So on the next page, it has additional data from the DWR printout. And besides showing some pumping, it has the categories at the top. It has delta gross channel depletions. And one of the categories there to the right-ish, it says net delta outflow index, correct?
That's correct.
And so if we go down to the 10th, February 10th, the outflow is, the net delta outflow index is 10,854 CFS, correct?
Correct.
And then the next day it drops to 9,516, correct?
Correct.
Now, this may be a complicated question, and if it's too complicated, please say so, and I'll try to rephrase it. But does this data not show that when DWR and the Bureau petitioned for relief from the net delta outflow index, they then immediately increased exports, and the net delta outflow index decreased? Is that what happened?
Well, I think your setup to this whole line of questioning is pretty relevant as far as the precipitation that was occurring, that started to occur in that month of February, which actually shows up on this report as well. If you look at the first page, the column 6, which is rainfall in inches in the Delta, we started to see some precipitation occurring. I think that the timing is, as you said, was rather awkward. I think the point of when we started to develop the actual petition was early on in the month. It was much earlier than the point at which we actually submitted it. And so the conditions that existed when we were developing the petition were much different than when the petition actually got submitted. And I think that, as you indicated, by the time the hearing had been scheduled and everybody was sitting down to begin, conditions had changed significantly at that point, and it all became a moot point. So I think the timing was very awkward in this entire process.
Mr. Lehi, is it your recollection that the rain events started on the day of the petition or the day after the petition?
Well, the report shows that there was rain that started, looks like on the 4th or 5th of February. So prior to the petition, but during the development of the petition.
So, well, how do I put this? Mr. Lehi, is the fact that exports doubled while net delta outflow index went down relevant to the board's decision in this petition, given that at the time that occurred, you were petitioning for relief from the delta net outflow index?
Well, what this tells me, just based on what we're looking at here, is that the petition, it was becoming obvious that the petition was becoming a moot point in the fact that the outflow was starting to increase significantly. And there were opportunities to start increasing the pumping.
Okay, let me switch gears here real quickly. Mr. Holdeman, is it your understanding that one of the provisions of the petition includes the installation of the permanent head of Old River barrier?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the long history of the barrier program in the South Delta?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the fact that some parties allege that Southern Delta water rights are dependent upon the flow of the San Joaquin River and no other waters?
Yes.
And what is the time period during which the permanent head of Old River barrier would be operated under the petition, or may be operated under the petition?
The period that's being proposed for the Head of River barrier gate would begin as early as January, and it would extend till the end of November. Now, it wouldn't be closed that entire time. There are different criteria during that time, but potentially from January through the end of November.
And does the petition anticipate permanent tidal barriers, the other 3 barriers being permanent also?
Not as part of this project.
Okay. Are there any concerns that you might have by having a permanent fish barrier and the other 3 barriers not being permanent? Remember, you're under oath, Mr. Holdeman.
Objection.
Mr. Herrick, let's not revert back to the old Mr. Herrick now.
I apologize.
John and I have a history here, so we kind of banter back and forth like that.
Not here, you don't.
I know. The Heddle River barrier that's being proposed has a longer operational period than the rock Heddle River barrier that we typically install every year. When we install that Heddle River barrier, rock barrier, we also install rock barriers, 3 rock barriers downstream to basically ensure that water levels are kept reasonable while the head over barrier is in place. That's something we've been doing for many, many years. The fact that this is going to be a permanent gate gives it a lot more flexibility than a rock barrier at the head, and allows us to operate it on real time, unlike rock barriers. We will be installing rock barriers, at least I anticipate we'd be installing rock barriers during this time as well, and that's described in the proposal, that those rock barriers will still be in place until some future time, I guess, when permanent barriers might be considered and installed under a separate program. I guess my only concern is, because there'll be some operations in the January, February, March timeframe, potentially with some gate closures at the Heddle River Barrier, and without having rock barriers downstream, that they'd have to operate it in a way that will be protective of the South Delta water levels and circulation. And I understand that's going to be done in real time, but I don't have any details other than that. I mean, they will have the flexibility with multiple gates to allow water downstream, similar to the rock barriers. So I'd anticipate that they would be monitoring water levels and salinity downstream, and making operational changes as needed during that January through March timeframe.
Mr. Haldeman, do the fishery agencies' approvals for the operation of the temporary rock barriers, I'll say, ever coincide with the needs for water levels in the South Delta?
The rock barriers in the South Delta used to have a narrow window when we installed them. Now we've been able to install them a little earlier than we used to. One of the reasons, in order to protect water levels earlier in the year, in the March timeframe. So right now we do start installing barriers in March, both the Heddle River barrier, if that's requested, and the rock barriers as well. Okay, I lost track of the rest of that question.
Well, let me cut to the chase. The fishery agency's approval of the temporary barriers, the rock barriers, the operation of those barriers is dependent upon fishery agency determinations, correct? Not upon South Delta water level needs.
It's both. We install barriers in the spring for water levels, for South Delta Water Agency benefit. And sometimes we have to leave culverts open or not finish those barriers until Delta smelt concerns are passed. And so that would be a fishery issue. But we also have conditions in our permit that if things go south, basically in the South Delta in terms of water quality and stage, then we can come back and request an earlier closure of the culverts, so that we can respond to that and protect those levels and circulation. So there is some leeway there, and that's kind of part of the real-time operations.
But that leeway currently is the Grant Line barrier can't be closed, whether there are problems in the South Delta or not, until after June 1st if some need is shown. Is that correct?
That's normally, you're right. If there's smelt in the area, and they generally don't want us to close the Grant Line, but if we see problems, and generally during that same time, exports at very low levels, usually 1,500 CFS or so. So there's not a huge impact on water levels due to project operations. However, we still monitor all of that, and if we see problems like the trigger points of those water levels being approached, we go back to the fish agencies and ask if we can close the Grant Line barrier. So we haven't really had a lot of that occur, problems during that time frame, but we do have that mechanism where we can, basically go back to the fish agencies and try to get some permission to respond.
Well, I'm not sure that's an answer. Don't we regularly have problems with water levels and the inability to fully install and fully operate the barriers every year?
No, not every year.
Most years?
Some. I mean, it depends on the hydrology, how much water is coming down the San Joaquin, how much rainfall, runoff, all of that. Obviously, we've had some pretty wet years where we didn't even install the rock barriers because water levels were so high. In fact, we're at certain, almost flood stage. But not recently, obviously. During the drought years, it's been more of an issue.
And we have two agreements that deal with the installation and operation and removal of the head of Old River barrier. Is that correct? By we, I mean South
Yes.
Delta and
Yes.
the projects. Does the petition itself have any provision for working out those installation and operation criteria?
Well, those agreements are the emergency response plan at the head of River barrier and the operations plan were based on a rock barrier with culverts. So they were very specific to that kind of structure, particularly the emergency response, because we have a limit on when we can install the barrier and in terms of maximum flow. And then if flows become too high, we have to remove that barrier. Otherwise, it could potentially cause flooding problems. So that's because a rock barrier can't respond in real time. With a permanent gate, you wouldn't have that emergency response plan, not the same kind, because they can obviously open the gates up if flood flows were coming downstream. And the operation plan is, again, how to operate the culverts in order to alleviate stage problems or water quality problems downstream. From my read of the recirculated draft EIR, the EIS is that that's similar type of operation will occur with a permanent gate, that all those things will be monitored, same as we do now, and that gates will be opened to alleviate problems downstream if necessary.
Wouldn't it be
Mr. Herrick, please wrap up.
I will. Wouldn't it be prudent to have those agreeable operating conditions for the permanent head of Old River barrier before the petition is adopted?
I think you would want to have some agreements in place perhaps before the barrier was constructed or completed, certainly, but that's a long ways away from now. So I don't think that would be something that would have to be worked out prior to this proceeding coming to a close.
We started this line of questioning, I'll finish right here. We started this line of questioning with me asking whether or not some parties believed that the water rights for the South Delta were dependent upon San Joaquin River flow. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So if the fishery agencies order the closure of the head of Old River barrier, might that not affect the available water under a water rights issue for South Delta people?
I'm going to object. That calls for a legal conclusion.
Well,
Answer to the best of your ability, Mr. Holman.
I think I can respond to that.
Well, I
Not
appreciate
from-
that, but it still calls for a legal conclusion, and this is a highly complex question
Mr.
concerning the
Berliner,
interplay between water rights.
Your objection is noted, and we will use that in weighing the testimony by Mr. Holdeman. Please answer.
All right, Tom. Obviously, there's a need for water to flow down Old River under certain circumstances. A lot of the water volume that's available in the South Delta is due to tidal action. So there's, right now there's very little water coming down the San Joaquin, but there's still lots of water in the South Delta. That's because it's a tidal estuary and it ebbs and flows twice a day. So there's a lot of filling and emptying. So if in the springtime, usually in the springtime there's a lot more flow than what we're experiencing right now. And the river's the flow naturally splits down Old River and San Joaquin at the head of Old River. With a rock barrier in place in the springtime, we have 8 culverts that are wide open. That's the default position, and so far that's what we've always done. That's to allow water into the South Delta, which is more than adequate to take care of any water supply downstream during that time of the year. I would imagine that, and this is just me thinking about the operation of permanent gate, is that the fish agencies would also allow us to do open gates similarly, because right now they have not demanded that we close those culverts just because fish might be coming downstream at that moment. So I don't believe that they would require us to protect fish at the expense of South Delta water supply or quality.
But you don't think we should resolve that before we move forward on the project?
I think
Objection
that'll
asked and answered.
I think that will get resolved eventually, but
Right.
I don't know if it's necessary to do it right now.
Thank you, Mr. Holdeman, and thank you, Mr. Herrick. With that, we will take a 15-minute break, and we will resume at 2:37. We'll make it 2:40. It is 2:40, so welcome back. Let me confirm at this point. Group 22, City of Stockton, are you here? All right. 23, Stockton East. All right, we're on to group number 24. And 25, County of Solano. I don't expect we'll get to you today. Ms. Morris?
Yes, for the record, I'd like to make a clarification. The original exhibits that Mr. Herrick marked, as he started marking with the SDWA dash whatever number, and then throughout the cross-examination, he changed to calling everything South Delta whatever number. So for purposes of the record, I think it needs to be clear that when he said South Delta, it really is the naming mechanism that you assigned him, SDWA.
Yes, my oversight in not clarifying that before I excuse Mr. Herrick. Mr. Oceandescu, I think, has addressed that, or will be addressing it.
So there have been a number of handouts that were provided as part of the last cross-examination, and we asked Mr. Herrick to provide all of those in electronic format to the service list. As soon as those are received by board staff, we will then post on our website for identification purposes only. That will happen next week.
And those will include the 21 through 25 numbers that he referred to?
That's correct. We asked that all of the handouts that he provided and everything that he referenced during his cross-examination be submitted to the entire service list and us.
Great.
All right. With that then, Ms. Spalletta and Mr. Keeling, who is not wearing my favorite colors today.
I realize once again it's casual Friday, so I dressed accordingly.
You may begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Spalletta. I'll be asking questions today on behalf of North San Joaquin Water Conservation District. It is late in the week and late in the day, and so I appreciate your patience and your endurance. If my questions are bad, please tell me and I will rephrase them, or if you feel that you need to take a break because you're tired, please say so we can have a nice clean record today. The first thing I'd like to do is start with some basic concepts that I think everyone may think they understand, but they haven't actually gotten in the record yet. So let's look at DWR Exhibit 331, which is a map. And while we're pulling that up, if Mr. Lehi could just generally describe for me the path that the State Water Project and Central Valley Project water from north of the Delta takes to get from the Sacramento River to the existing export facilities of the South Delta.
I assume this is under current operations?
Correct.
Yes?
Correct.
Correct. So I take it by your question, are you talking about when we're moving stored water or any water in particular?
Any water of the state or federal projects that originates north of the Delta, how does it currently get to the export pumps at the south of the Delta?
Okay, so that'll somewhat depend on what time of year and the source of that water from north of Delta. So I think as part of my written testimony, I talked about generally in the winter and spring period, we're picking up excess flows, unregulated flows, non-stored project flows. And during that period, typically the cross-channel gates is closed. And inflows are coming in from various locations into the Delta during that period, including the east side tributaries, San Joaquin system. So during that period, there's a multitude of different inflow locations. for that flow. Some of the Sacramento flow, often through the tidal action, will make its way through when the cross-channel gate is closed, also when it's open. But Georgiana Slough is one of the paths to the central part of the delta. 3 Mile Slough further downstream. So those are some of the primary pathways to the south. When the more in the summertime, in a average to drier year, when we're releasing stored water for diversion in the South Delta, an additional path would be the cross channel when the cross channel gate is open. Typically, so some of that fresher water is mixing through the tidal flux and is influencing the general water quality in the central delta as well. And then down, so that cross channel feeds into the McCollum River, which feeds into the lower San Joaquin River to the central part of the delta. And then that fresher water, again, this is through the sloshing action of the tides, but generally there's a net negative flow towards the pumping facilities in the South Delta, and so that fresher water will be brought down through that corridor towards the pumps. So that's a general characterization of.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you two clarifying questions. One is, based on what you just described, isn't it true then that water from the Sacramento River can move through any of the delta channels that are essentially south of Freeport on its way down to the export pumps?
So I think your question is any channel. Well, certainly the channels that I described, and perhaps others. And again, as far as the cross channel is concerned, it's whether or not the gate is open or closed.
Okay. And then my second clarifying question is, you said that during times of excess flow, there are contributions from the east side streams. I just want to clarify that that means contributions from the Consumnes, from the McCollum, from the Calaveras, from the Stanislaus, from the San Joaquin, all of which enter the delta south of the location of the proposed new intakes. Is that correct?
Yeah, so when I mentioned the east side tributaries, I was talking about the Calaveras, McCollum, and the Consumnes, and so the Stanislaus feeds into the San Joaquin River upstream of Vernalis, and then and yes, that would flow into the delta as well.
Okay. Now, for comparative purposes, using the map that you have provided as Exhibit 331, please explain where, or the path, I should say, that the water will take from your new proposed North Delta intakes to the export pumps.
So I take it at times when the North Delta diversion, when we're diverting water from the proposed new intakes, so there would be, so a portion of the diversions would come immediately from those intakes and isolated conveyance directly to Clifton Court. There would still be the other pathway though, as far as, again, depending on whether the cross-channel gate was open or not, the cross-channel down Sacramento River, Georgiana Slough, 3 Mile Slough again, depending on the rate of pumping in the South Delta, some of the flow could actually come around Sherman Island, but that would be the case even without the new WaterFix. So any of the supplies going to the South Delta diversion point, as is currently the case, there would still be those pathways as well.
So if I understand your testimony correctly, to the extent that any water is diverted at the new North Delta facilities, the pathway for that water would go through the isolated facility to the export pumps, and it would not include movement of that water through the Delta channels, correct?
Yes, that's correct. So the portion of the diversion that comes from the proposed North Delta diversions would only flow to that point on the Sacramento River and then be isolated, not flow through the Delta channels, go directly to Clifton Court.
Okay, so overall, to the extent that the proposed petition for change includes diversion of Sacramento River water at the North Delta intakes, that diversion will reduce the amount of Sacramento River flow that would otherwise flow through the channels of the Delta located south of the diversion points.
Yes, generally that may be a little bit too simplistic of a description. So when I was describing, when I first started to describe the route of flow through the Delta, I talked about the tidal mixing. So this is, generally there's a mixing of the fresher water from the Sacramento gets blended with some of the other from some of the flow in the other Delta channels, if you will. But generally, yes, that's the case.
And I just want to make sure I'm clear on what you just said. The Sacramento River water is considered the fresher water source of the sources of water to the Delta, correct?
Yeah, generally, and by volume, certainly, it'd be the fresher water. Some of the tributaries could be, depending on the hydrology, could be fairly fresh as well, but there's be smaller volumes generally than the Sacramento River.
So overall, the effect of the proposed petition for change, to the extent any Sacramento River water is diverted at the North Delta intakes, it is to reduce the amount of the fresher water that is flowing through the remainder of the Delta. Correct?
Well, the time periods when the new Delta diversion, proposed North Delta diversion intakes would be used would be during those periods, as I just showed in my example, when we have very high flows coming down the Sacramento River. So much of that flow would bypass the intakes as well, and they would also be providing fresher water to the rest of the Delta as well. And that shows up in the modeling results, the water quality results of the scenario that we ran that water quality comparison on.
I'd like to move to strike the last answer as non-responsive to the question. The question was a yes or no question.
Yes, and since it's the third time she's asked it, just answer, Mr. Lehigh.
Well, I wasn't sure that it was a yes or no response. It's a more complicated question, if you will, than a yes or no
If you have
answer.
a flow coming down and you, through the proposed new intake, remove some of that flow, unless there's an additional source somewhere after that, what Ms. Spalletta is asking is you have a flow, you have an export, what remains is less than what you would have without that export.
That
Seems
was
like
my
a
question.
logical question.
I think the answer is simply yes, but it was never stated anywhere in the testimony for the operations panel, so I just wanted to confirm it.
This is Ms. Morris for the State Water Contractors. Because I'm now not sure what the question is, can the court reporter read the question back, or Ms. Spalletta ask the question?
Ms. Spalletta, please ask for the fourth time your question and make it as simple as possible.
Okay. My question is, comparing current operations without the North Delta diversions to the proposed operations with the North Delta diversions, isn't it true that the proposed operations to divert more Sacramento River water from the new North Delta intakes will reduce the amount of fresher Sacramento River water that would otherwise flow through the Delta channels than without the project?
During the time of export.
Correct.
Yes, that's generally true. Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on, Ms. Spalletta.
Okay, now I'd like to look at DWR Exhibit 515, please. And this, even though this is a complicated exhibit, I'm trying to ask actually a rather simple question. I'm going to preface it with this explanation. When I reviewed the testimony of the operations panel, I was expecting to find a chart showing how much water would be diverted from the North Delta intakes and how much would be diverted from the existing export pumps, different period of time in different year types. And I did not find that chart. So my question, and this can be answered from anyone on the panel, is there an explanation somewhere in the petitioner's case, either in Exhibit 515 or elsewhere, that states how much water the petitioners are proposing to export from the new North Delta intakes in different periods of time in different year types?
Yeah, that type of information is going to be provided by the modeling panel.
So as the operations panel, as you sit here today, are you able to identify any chart or list that contains the information that I just described?
I'm trying to think of the, I'm not aware that it's part of the exhibits that I've seen, but the modeling panel may be able to add more clarity.
So my next question is then kind of a chicken and egg question. Who developed the potential operational scenarios for the North Delta diversions? Were they developed by the modeling panel and provided to the operators of the project? Or did the operators of the project develop the potential operation scenarios and then ask the modelers to model them?
Well, all I can say is, as an operator, I did not develop the proposed criteria here as part of these.
Okay. Mr. Milligan?
I don't think it's necessarily either of those two choices. I think the criteria for the operations of the North Delta diversions, specifically things as we talked about in some earlier testimony about low flow periods and criteria about bypass flows at the screens were actually developed through subgroups that were interested in screen dynamics to be protective of the fisheries. So a number of criteria were developed basically to try to deal with what would be the right criteria to be protective for fish, help reduce entrainment, and then that material was then input to the model with some input then from the operators about how that may be reasonably constructed, and then some results were then developed from that point.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So in the petitioner's petition for change, which is State Water Resource Control Board Exhibit 1 and 2, the description of the project was Alternative 4A in the draft DIR. So now I have up on the screen for you what has been identified as the modeling assumptions, and there are various columns with different labels. Can you please tell me which one of these labeled columns matches the modeling assumptions most closely to the petition's description of Alternative 4A?
Alternative 4A includes both H3 and H4 as boundary.
Okay. So having reviewed Exhibit 515, it describes different things about each alternative, and there are North Delta diversion operations criteria, there's South Delta export restrictions, and there are the North Delta bypass flows, and then the Old and Middle River flows. My general understanding after reviewing your testimony and this exhibit was that your proposed operation was to divert or export as much water as possible from either the North Delta intakes or the existing South Delta diversion points after you had complied with the criteria set forth in these modeling assumptions and Decision 1641 and the applicable BIOPS. Is that an accurate description of what you are proposing?
Yes, I think that's accurate.
And as you sit here today, do you know what those quantities of water are, or would you be able to identify an exhibit that contains them?
Yes, I believe there is a exhibit, one of the modeling panels exhibits. If I could see the list of exhibits, I could tell you which one.
Maybe when we take a break, we'll do that. I don't want to waste time because we are trying to get out of here today. Maybe if counsel for DWR would simply agree to provide the exhibit number, that would be sufficient for my purposes.
Thank you. Please do so.
You will.
So my next question is, who put together the modeling assumptions that are described on DWR 515?
I don't know all the folks that were involved in putting this together.
Was it limited to folks at DWR, or were there others involved?
Well, I think part of the criteria was developed by the by CH2M Hill that was contracted by DWR, but I think there was also interaction with fishery agencies in order to develop these criteria.
Was there interaction with any of the contractors of the state or federal project?
That I'm not sure.
State or federal project. Did you personally develop or participate in the development of the criteria?
I was involved in reviewing some of the modeling results from the criteria, in checking the feasibility of operating to some of the criteria. There may have been some feedback to the modelers on the feasibility aspect and maybe some back and forth with regard to that aspect of the criteria.
So if you look at page 2 of DWR 515, I'm looking at the first row under South Delta export restrictions. Under H3, there is a description of a July through September total pumping of 303,000 CFS. And then it says no specific intake preference is assumed beyond 3,000 CFS. Does that mean that after that quantity of diversion, you could be utilizing either the existing South Delta diversion points and or the North Delta intakes for any diversion amounts over 3,000?
Yeah, I think that's what that means. I think these are the modeling assumptions in this table, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, let's make a distinction because we're here to talk about how you would actually operate the proposed project. So is that the rule you would use for actual operations, assuming the project is approved and built?
I generally agree with the characterization that there would need to be some amount of South Delta pumping necessary in order to meet the objectives, the D1641 objectives. So I do agree generally that there needs to be, and we would operate that way. We would have to, in order to meet the objectives, a certain amount of South Delta diversion.
In order to meet which objectives?
The M&I objectives in the Delta, those would be the primary ones that would require, I think, this amount of flow that's assumed in this H3.
Is that because that amount of pumping will essentially pull the fresher Sacramento River water down to that area of the Delta to assist in meeting the objective?
Yes, that's essentially the reason.
And then looking at page 3 of Exhibit 515, this is in the column labeled H4. Discussing the Delta outflow requirement. There's a comment that says this additional spring outflow is not considered an in-basin use for coordinated operations. Why is that not considered an in-basin use, and what would be the effect of considering it one?
Objection asked and answered. We went through this at great length the other day.
Hold on. Ms. Spaletta, repeat your question for me.
Why is the additional spring outflow not considered an in-basin use? And I apologize if this may have been covered when I was not here. If I could just get a very cursory answer, that would be sufficient.
Please answer.
Well, again, this is modeling assumptions, and quite frankly, I see this as an artifact of the modeling, that if they did not make this assumption, the model would have split the release requirements from upstream according to the existing COA as it treats other outflow requirements. And so it was trying, so this was a way to change that modeling assumption so that the releases would come from Oroville Reservoir rather than the typical split for an outflow requirement, which is the model would typically split that sharing from some from the Central Valley Project reservoirs and some from the State Water Project reservoirs.
Thank you. And then I just have a follow-up clarification in the same paragraph. It says at the end, the additional flow needed to meet the outflow target is released from the Oroville Reservoir as long as its projected end-of-May storage is at or above 2 million acre-feet. My question is, where is the additional flow released from if Oroville storage is not above 2 million acre-feet for projected end-of-May storage?
My understanding is that if this upstream criteria is not met at Oroville, then additional releases are not made from anywhere else.
And so then is the outflow standard not met?
The outflow standard is essentially being defined by these assumptions in this box. So to the extent that releases are not made from Lake Oroville because of being below the 2 million end of May, then in effect that would be the resulting outflow would be the targeted outflow as part of this H4 scenario.
Okay, so the H4 scenario then is proposing to adjust the current outflow objective in D1641 to something less based on this operative assumption?
No, it would actually increase the outflow requirement as compared to D1641, but there'd be a limit on that increase in outflow based on these other criteria.
Okay, so for the limited time period, what would the outflow be?
It depends on the outflow would not be the same in every year.
So who would know the answer to the question as to what it would be in each year type? Is that you or is that the modeling panel? I don't want to waste your time.
I would just say the modeling results would indicate when the off-ramp to this criteria would come into play. It's not strictly by year type. It'll depend on projected end of May storage at 2 million acre feet, and the modelers are pretty well versed and be able to tease that out of the results.
Okay, different line of questioning. And this line of questioning is actually for each of you, but I'll start with Mr. Lehi. Did you analyze whether the proposed change would injure any other legal user of water?
I didn't look at that specifically. I was looking to see if the water quality control plan standards were being met.
And Mr. Milligan, did you analyze whether the proposed change would injure any other legal user of water?
That's a pretty broad analysis, but as it relates to the operations, I've reviewed the outputs, and it does not appear that the operations would.
When you say you've reviewed the outputs, what are you referring to?
The model outputs, as well as my understanding of the operations of the project.
Okay, and what is that understanding based on? What is it in the outputs that you saw that led you to reach that conclusion?
Different salinity projections, flow rates, releases from the upstream reservoirs, quite a number of the outputs from the modeling, because the various types of legal users of water are pretty widespread geographically.
Okay. And so is there someone else associated with either DWR or the Bureau of Reclamation who did conduct an analysis of whether the proposed change would injure any other legal user of water? If either of you know, you can say I don't know if you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know specifically, or if there's one of the documents that, whether it's in the context of this material or the EIS-EIR, has specific information about effects of the project. Obviously, the EIS-EIR have that and can be used as the basis for such a bringing that kind of analysis together.
But that was not the purpose of your testimony, Mr. Milligan?
No, ours has been to talk about the operations of the project.
Okay. And Mr. Lehi, in your testimony, which was DWR Exhibit 61, page 2, line 25, it stated, my testimony will focus on the effects of the CWF on other legal users of water. What portion of your testimony did that?
Yeah, so that was, I was trying to distinguish between the water quality control plan objectives that are for fish and wildlife purposes, which my understanding is that's going to be taken up as part of part 2 of this hearing. So what I was trying to do is distinguish that I was looking at the agricultural and municipal and industrial standards only as part of this particular phase of the hearing.
Okay. And when you used the term effects of the CWF, what does CWF stand for? Which operational scenario?
It was, and in my testimony I say it's California WaterFix H3 scenario.
And so is it fair to say that for purposes of your testimony, you were assuming that as long as the projects substantially complied with the D1641 agricultural or M&I water quality standards, that there was no injury to legal users of water?
Well, that could be one interpretation. Yes, I was looking at, we had the graph that showed the effects and to water quality with and without the project in operations, and also showed that incremental effect in relation to the actual objectives.
And so Is it also true then that you are assuming that a degradation of water quality short of an exceedance of a water quality objective was not injury?
Well, that could be one conclusion. I think it does ask for a legal conclusion, but that's open to interpretation.
So let's look at the graph that you were talking about, which was DWR Exhibit 412. This was the daily average EC at Bacon Island for the time period December 1st through April 30th. December 1st, 2015 through April 30th, 2016, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is this the one you were just referring to in your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, where is this EC station in relation to the closest water quality objective location?
So this is Bacon Island Station on Old River. So this is fairly close to where Rock Slough comes off of Old River. Mm-hmm. And so it's closest to that, the pumping plant number 1 at Contra Costa Canal.
Now, your testimony did not include a similar graph showing an entire year, correct?
Right. The analysis we looked at was only for this time period shown.
And for this time period shown, it was a time period of above average precipitation, correct?
That's correct.
And your testimony did not include...
Well, yeah, for the most part. Early on, yeah, no, that would be correct for the entire period, including December. We didn't get the response right away from the precipitation, but it was above average precipitation.
Your testimony does not include any kind of a similar graphic analysis for a below normal or critical year type, correct?
Yes, we were only looking for the actual hydrology that occurred earlier this year. We were really testing the opportunity for use of the new facility in the opportunistic way of capturing excess outflows that are unavailable to the projects now.
But if I understand your prior testimony correctly, the proposed project does not limit use of the North Delta intakes to only excess flow time periods, correct?
That's right. It would not be limited to excess flows, but that direct excess flows, but that is the that would be the primary new source of water for use with the new North Delta intakes.
But as you sit here today, you are not able to distinguish between the total quantities that would be taken during the excess time period versus all other time periods, correct?
Generally, in review of the modeling results, I can make that conclusion that the majority of the time that the new intakes are used is when there's direct excess flows into the delta.
What's majority mean?
Significantly more than 50%. So I don't know. Rough numbers would probably be 70, 80%.
So then according to your testimony today, there would be somewhere between 20 to 30% of the time that you would be operating the North Delta intakes at a time other than when there was excess flows.
No, well, I can't say. I'd have to look at the modeling results to really get a good number.
So as you sit here today, you're not sure?
That's correct.
Okay, let's look at your testimony again, Exhibit 61, page 4, lines 1 through 7. This is really just a clarification question for me. It says, for the purposes of this testimony, in-basin requirements include legal users of water in the Sacramento Basin. You have that term capitalized. What do you intend the term Sacramento Basin to mean?
Let's see. Oh, there we go. Yes, that would be, so there I'm talking about any legal users of water in the entire watershed of the Sacramento River.
Okay. And where does that watershed end?
Well, the in-basin requirements include the meeting all of the Bay Delta objectives, so it would end in the Delta.
So would it include the entire legal delta?
I don't know if I could say that.
Would it include the entire area encompassed within Central Delta Water Agency and South Delta Water Agency?
Yes, and the caveat is that, so the in-basin, I defined in-basin as both meeting all the water quality control plan objectives plus any legal users of water. So I think that would include any legal users of water in the Delta.
All right, let's look at your Exhibit 411, which was your conceptual California WaterFix operation for the time period December 1st, 2015 through April 30th, 2016. And you've already testified that this was an example to illustrate how the North Delta diversions could operate during excess flow conditions. So my question is there a similar graph anywhere in your testimony or exhibits that shows an entire year?
No, there's not.
Is there a similar graph for any other year type?
No.
And as we look at this graph, how would we know what proportion of the total proposed CWF outflow would be taken at the North Delta intakes as opposed to the existing export pumps?
You can't tell precisely, but generally the solid red line represents the, because that's the existing case, that is the South Delta diversion. So the majority of the difference between the dotted red line and the solid red line would be North Delta diversion, with the caveat that under, I know there was a few days in here where the South Delta diversion under the WaterFix rules would have resulted in lower South Delta diversions. So at times the North Delta diversion component would be greater than the difference between the dotted red line and the solid red line. But for the most part, that would be the difference is solid red line is South Delta diversion and dotted red line is North Delta diversion.
And right now, during excess flow conditions, such as what you've illustrated here, right now without the California WaterFix, where does that water go once it is exported?
Once it is exported, the additional?
Yes. Yeah, between the time period of December and April, where does water go once it is exported?
Yeah, during this period, some of the water that we divert goes to direct demand, but much of the water that's diverted during this time period would be temporarily stored in San Luis Reservoir south of the Delta.
Is the water delivered to underground storage anywhere?
Generally, or this year, or?
Generally.
Generally. It is possible, yes.
Okay. And in fact, during this time period of the year, December through April, that is the time period of lowest irrigation demand for the year, correct?
Yes, typically that's a low period for irrigation demand. Perhaps mid-April, start to see some increase in that demand.
What is the state's share of the San Luis capacity?
It's a little over half of San Luis Reservoir.
What is the acre feet?
acre feet is 1,062,000 acre feet.
Okay. So in your previous exhibit we looked at, which was Exhibit 411, you were showing that with the North Delta diversions, you would be able to take an additional diversion amount of 1.2 million acre feet, which exceeds the entire capacity for the state's share of San Luis, correct?
Yeah, this additional diversion could be a combination of both Central Valley Project and State Water Project additional diversion.
The additional diversion amount would fill up more than half of San Luis.
That's correct, and we did a check on that to ensure that there would have been a place for this. San Luis was only about half full this year. So there'd be a number of assumptions that you'd have to make if this additional diversion occurred. It could have also possibly changed the direct diversion response from our contractors as well.
But if there is minimal irrigation demand during this time period, where are your contractors going to put the water?
Well, certainly there's groundwater recharge locations in the San Joaquin Valley. Over the last 2-3 years of drought, many of our contractors have drawn down their internal surface supplies, and certainly there would be lots of opportunity to refill many of those depleted localized surface storage.
Okay, I have a question for you again, going back to your testimony. This is a statement you made. This is Exhibit 61, page 17, lines 5 through 7. The statement was that the projects will continue to meet existing Delta water quality and fishery objectives and any additional regulatory requirements for the CWF at a similar success rate as demonstrated historically. What additional regulatory requirements are you referring to? You talking about things that exist today or things that might be imposed?
I'm trying to find the exact
Okay, I'll give you a minute.
contacts there.
Do you have line numbers?
5 through 7.
5 through 7?
Yes, I'm sorry, I thought I stated that. Lines 5 through 7 on page 17.
Yeah, trying to think back, I can't think exactly what I was thinking of in terms of, your question was in terms of what are any additional regulatory requirements? I can't remember exactly what I had in mind at that time.
Are
when I wrote
you
this.
expressing an opinion about compliance with regulatory requirements that have yet to be developed? Or are you expressing an opinion about compliance with regulatory requirements that already exist?
Well, I was thinking about the water quality objectives that were already existed. So I'm trying to figure out what I would have been thinking about as far as the additional regulatory requirements. I suppose it could have been modifications to the existing requirements.
But as you sit here today, since you don't know what those modifications are, isn't it true that you cannot express an opinion about whether the projects can comply with something that is currently unknown?
That's true, depending on what those additional regulatory requirements are. But so this probably would have been more accurate to say the existing Delta water quality and fishery objectives.
Now, let's talk about that. Your testimony included an analysis of the percentage of time that the projects have complied and the percentage of time that they have exceeded various water quality objectives. And I have a question about how those numbers were computed with respect to the time periods where the projects have only had to comply with a relaxed version of the objective, because the state board has approved a temporary urgency change. So let me try to ask a clear question on this. The time period that your staff analyzed for the purposes of putting together this information, your testimony, did it include time periods where the water quality standards had been relaxed by the state board?
Yes, it included the modified requirements in 2014 and 2015.
Any other years?
I believe those are the only 2 years in which we had modified standards.
Okay. So to the extent that the projects were successful in meeting the relaxed standard, did your staff count that as a compliance or as an exceedance?
We treated it as compliance because the water board had approved those modifications.
I see. I just wanted to clarify that the percentage of time for compliance and exceedance and the pie charts that you put in your PowerPoint only analyze what has happened in the past. They do not provide percentages of compliance or exceedance for the proposed project, correct?
The pie charts are only based on historical data.
And you have not prepared any similar charts to reflect the modeling for the future, correct?
No, there were charts for projections from the modeling group.
But that was not part of your testimony?
That was not. The part of my testimony was that our compliance rate in real life is much better than what the models would have projected for a no action alternative, for example. Even under current conditions, it shows much higher exceedance rates than our historical record. That was one of the primary points of my written testimony.
But you did not attempt to put in your written testimony what the actual results of those model runs for the proposed project were, correct?
Well, those are available as part of the modeling exhibits.
I understand that, but they're not part of your testimony.
No, because we did not develop any of that information in our office.
I believe, though, that part of your testimony expressed an opinion that the projects will continue to meet the objectives. So are you saying that the opinion you expressed is based on the work of others?
No, it's the opinion is expressed based on our historical compliance rate, and added to that the fact that the California WaterFix would just add additional flexibility or tools available to the projects in order to comply with the current standards. So if anything, we would expect an improvement with additional tools to meet the same objectives in the future.
So let's talk about that, because you did testify previously about flexibility and you were describing the knobs that the project has to work with, and you said one knob you have right now is releases from storage. Another knob you have is the quantity of exports from the South Delta. And so having these North Delta diversion facilities essentially gave you a third knob to turn for flexibility. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And in your testimony, you said that one of the examples of what you could do with this third knob is to address the situation where you had salinity problems in the South Delta, and that by moving some of your exports from the South pumps to the new North Delta intakes, that would help you with the South Delta salinity problem. Do you remember that testimony?
No, I don't believe I said South Delta, because in my mind that would reference more the South Delta objectives locations where we have very limited to no control over the objectives. So that was part of Mr. Herrick's cross. I was referring to the ag standards, the Western Central Delta Ag standards, so that would be Jersey Point, San Andreas, those other locations in the Central Delta.
Those locations are actually located south of the North Delta intakes, correct?
That's correct. I would characterize them more as in the central part of the Delta, though.
Okay. So how would extracting more of the fresher Sacramento River water north of those locations help meet the salinity standards in the Central Delta?
So, yeah, I mean, we didn't talk about that aspect of the operations, which is there is a certain amount of reverse flow that's necessary down Old and Middle River in order to bring some of that fresher water down the corridor from the north locations. But there's a certain point if our pumping gets high enough, it actually becomes more detrimental in that we would start pulling on some of I talked about the different paths that you had asked me about, and one of those paths would be pulling Sacramento water around the tip of Sherman Island, if you will. And if we're pumping high enough, we're actually drawing in saltier ocean water into the Central Delta, which starts to become more of a detriment than a positive. And so under those conditions, when we're bringing in the saltier water, it would be, and we're having issues with compliance at Jersey Point, let's say, we would want to shut down the effect of that draw on the to the South Delta export locations in order to minimize that draw of saltier water. And so that's when we would want to shift from the South Delta to the North Delta diversion location, assuming water quality conditions were okay on the Sacramento River side of the Delta.
And wouldn't that shift, though, also improve the quality of the water that you're able to export?
Yeah, depending on what the actual water quality conditions were.
Now, your testimony said that the South Delta salinity objectives are at times beyond the reasonable control of the projects. What did you mean by reasonable? Why did you use that qualifier?
I'm sorry, so I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In your testimony, you said that at times meeting the South Delta salinity objectives is beyond the reasonable control of the projects. Why did you use the qualifier reasonable as opposed to just saying it was beyond the control?
Oh, you're talking about the South Delta standards?
Correct.
Well, so our export changes, as I noted before in part of my testimony, the South Delta channels are very poor circulation patterns. And that coupled with the poor water quality sources that are in the South Delta channels themselves represent a real challenge. I think one thing that the department was pursuing was the operable gates. Right now we put in the temporary barrier. We have a temporary barrier program, the rock barriers. But in order to help address this circulation issue, we had proposed building the permanent operable gates, which would have helped alleviate part of that circulation issue to bring in some of the fresher water from the Old and Middle River corridor into that area. So far, we are, as part of the NIMS BIOP, we were not allowed to, at least for now, put in those, go forward with those gates. And so I guess that's part of what I mean by reasonable, in that it's not completely in our control.
I see. Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to ask a question for both of you. Mr. Milligan, what is the source of water that the CVP picks up when it uses Jones or Banks to pump its water?
That depends on the time of year or the day of the year that the pumping's occurring.
And that's because all of the different sources of water that flow into the delta commingle, so there could be any combination on any given day, depending on circumstances present at those pumps, correct?
Jake, that is an element of it. The other aspect is what types of conditions we're under. Are we in a place where we're predominantly moving a volume that was previously stored, meaning more balanced conditions in the terminology we've been using, or are we in excess conditions, which could have flood flows from the San Joaquin River, for example, maybe what the projects are pumping on a particular day.
And at times it could actually be flows that enter the delta from Martinez with the tide, correct?
Well, it could be.
Yes.
It could be molecules of water that, particularly ones that have some salt attached with them.
And Mr. Lehi, is the answer the same if I asked you the question as to the State Water Project, as to the source of water that you divert?
Yes, I think I generally agree with Mr. Milligan's characterization.
So what you propose with this project is to change a point of diversion and add a new point of diversion at a point much higher north in the delta, the North Delta intake locations. When you pump water from the North Delta intake locations, what will be the source, Mr. Milligan?
I would say the Sacramento River.
And is your answer the same, Mr. Lehi? Lehi, excuse me.
Yes, almost under every circumstance it would be, should be Sacramento River.
Thank you. I have a technical question about your petitions for change. If you don't know the answer to this, and it's better for the Water Rights Panel, please tell me. But my understanding is there was only one petition for change submitted, even though it is to apply to multiple water rights for each of the projects. Is that correct? Either of you can answer.
I believe that's probably most expediently done with the Water Rights Panel.
Okay. And was there any inclusion in the petition for change of an underground storage supplement to allow for groundwater recharge with any of the water that you pick up as at the pumps during excess conditions?
I don't know if that would be necessary, but I think that would be best addressed by the Water Rights Panel.
So you don't know?
I don't know.
When the water is delivered to your contractors and used for groundwater recharge or groundwater banking, are you counting that as a beneficial use of water upon delivery?
I think same result, same response. The Water Rights Panel is better to address that question.
All right. I have no further questions for the panel.
Thank you, Ms. Spalletta. Mr. Keeling? Okay.
Thanks to the epic cross-exam from Mr. Herrick and Ms. Spalletta, I will be brief. I've spent most of the time crossing off questions.
Bless you, Mr. Keeling.
I expect to get us out of here by 4:59, no later.
You just lost some brownie points with that.
I didn't know I had any. Gentlemen, can you put up DWR 61, page 3? And I'll be referring to lines 12 through 14. And this question will be directed to you, Mr. Lehi. This is from DWR 61, your written testimony, Mr. Leahy. Do you have that in front of you?
Mr. Keeling, please move the microphone closer to you.
Yes, I have it.
On line 12, it says, I will describe how the SWP/CVP with the CWF would operate to continue to comply with all applicable requirements on the SWP/CVP to ensure other legal users of water are able to exercise their water rights. And my question of you is the phrase all applicable requirements. I know we've talked about aspects of that so far in your examination. Can you tell me what you meant by that phrase, besides Decision 1641 and the water contractors' contracts and the water rights of in-delta legal users, which you've already referred to as part of your in-basin requirements definition?
Other than the ones you just described, nothing else comes to mind at the moment. The BIOP requirements would be the yeah, any applicable requirements. I can't think of anything else offhand that other than what you mentioned.
You will recall that this morning, Mr. Herrick asked you about water code sections 12200 through 12205. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I recall that.
I may have misunderstood this, and if so, correct me, please. I understood that those statutory provisions were not included in your understanding of applicable requirements.
Well, I wasn't, as I stated at the time, I wasn't familiar with those statutes when I was looking at them. To the extent that those statutes have been incorporated in any of our other requirements, I'm not clear.
Thank you. I have, in a sense, I have essentially the same question with respect to the Watershed Protection Statute of 1933, Water Code sections 11460 through 11465. Do you have any familiarity at all with those statutes?
Offhand, I without seeing them, I couldn't say one way or the other for sure, but I don't believe I have much familiarity with those.
So as you sit here today, you don't think those are included in what you called all applicable requirements for purposes of operations?
Objection, misstates his testimony.
If I've misstated it, please correct me.
Well, I don't know what's in those provisions just sitting here. I don't have it in front of me here.
Have you ever heard of the Watershed Protection Statute?
I've heard of, yeah, I think I've heard of it.
Have you ever heard of the County of Origin law?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that statute?
Generally.
Is that a statute that the provisions of which you would include in your understanding of the phrase all applicable requirements?
Objection, vague and ambiguous. This is, we're talking about operations, and this statute really is kind of an apples and oranges discussion here.
Mr. Lee, I just answered to the best of your ability, given the general nature of the question.
Well, again, to the extent that that statute is already incorporated in any of our other permits or requirements, I can't say. So I can't say for sure one way or the other.
Thank you. Do any of these three statutes we've just discussed, the Delta Protection Act of 1959, the Watershed Protection Statute of 1933, or the County of Origin Laws 1931, did they play any role in your preparation of testimony as to the standards that would govern the operations of the project if the WaterFix is approved?
Again, I don't know to what extent those might have been included in any of our other permits and requirements.
Mr. Lehi, have you ever, in your capacity as a civil engineer working in water matters, have you ever worked on a large estuary in California other than the Delta?
Worked on? No.
So you've never, at least in California, you've never had experience with a project that entailed significant reductions in freshwater flows from an estuary?
Objection. Misstates his testimony.
Please rephrase, Mr. Keeling.
Mr. Lehi, in your work as an engineer in water-related matters, have you ever worked on a project that entailed a significant reduction in freshwater flows from a large estuary?
Did you say other than the I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
In your work, I'm asking about you individually, have you ever worked on a project which entailed a significant reduction in freshwater flows into a large estuary?
I'm going to object as to the the use of the word project. It's undefined in this context. Are we talking about an existing project, a new project?
Any project.
Well, that's a fair qualification, and I'll be
Actually,
happy,
before you answer that, though,
I'll be happy to
where
know
are
that.
you going with this, Mr. Keeling?
A new project.
But Mr. Keeling, where are you going with this?
Well, at the risk of jumping ahead when I probably shouldn't as a cross-examiner, I want to find out how much experience these folks have taking freshwater flows, great quantities of freshwater flows, out of existing estuaries, and what the results were. Because from an operations point of view.
Okay, fair enough.
You qualified your question in terms of a new project. I don't have any experience.
Mr. Lehi, are you aware of any project that was constructed in California in the last 50 years that resulted in significant reductions in freshwater flows through a large estuary?
Well, certainly some would say the State Water Project certainly affects flows in the Bay Delta estuary, yes.
That's why I qualified it with last 50 years.
Yes.
The State Water Project is older than 50 years, is it not?
Pretty close, yep.
Other than the State Water Project, is the answer no?
That's correct.
Are you aware of any project in the last 50 years anywhere in the United States that entailed a substantial reduction of freshwater flows into an estuary?
Objection relevance.
Mr. Keeling?
I'd like to know what they looked at and what they studied before they concluded that from an operations point of view, a project that does exactly what this project proposes to do would be a good deal and wouldn't harm people.
That's a very different question.
Let's answer that question. I like direct questions, Mr. Keeling. Repeat that direct question.
What studies or prior examples, if any, did you review involving projects that resulted in substantial reductions of freshwater flows through large estuaries?
I haven't been involved in any studies of that sort.
Mr. Milligan, I have the same question for you.
Might you repeat the question, please?
What studies or analyses or examples did you review that involving projects that entailed a substantial reduction of freshwater flows into a large estuary?
I'm going to object on the grounds of vagueness with reference to the phrases studies or analysis as to what that encompasses.
It's late on a Friday. I don't know that we want to dissect the word study and analysis, but Mr. Keeling?
I was asking the question in response to your request that I go out to the direct, broader question. So I could dissect it. We'd be here a while.
In arriving at the conclusions that you have made in your various testimonies, did you consider information beyond what was developed by your modelers and your contractors in support that was submitted to us? Was there any additional information considered that was not generated by the modelers specific for this hearing? I'm trying, Mr. Keeling.
Fair enough.
Hopefully this is a fair answer. The Delta San Joaquin, Sacramento San Joaquin River Delta is very unique in even the categories of large estuaries. It's really not the same as the Everglades or Chesapeake Bay. So it's a rather unique estuary. And I will say most of the work that's been done related to salinity, the effects on the various fisheries involved, have been pretty unique to the vast amount of work that's been done with our current Delta system. Given the species involved, and a lot of the work that has been done has been related to the species, they're pretty unique to the Delta. From my understanding, that work has been predominantly based on studies within the current geographical area. It may be a good question for the second phase is to relate to some of the species. I do think there's maybe been some thought given to as smelt related questions as they relate to the Pacific Northwest. There's some similar species there. And I think that there may have been some work done as it relates to some of the terrestrial that may be applicable to some other areas. But maybe to be direct to your question as it relates to myself, my understanding of the studies and work that have been done within the Department of Interior, within the Everglades, and let's say Chesapeake Bay as two examples, probably I haven't seen something that I would be able to call upon in a very direct sense as it relates to the dynamics here. Most of my experience or observation from reading literature related to those projects in those two areas have been trying to balance resources and needs between M&I uses, agricultural, and then the wildlife habitat, both fishery and terrestrial. And the Everglades is a great example of that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that clarification. Did you study, Mr. Milligan, did you study any estuaries not in the United States on this issue?
I have not, but I have seen at some symposiums some efforts by biologists to pull on experiences on a number of estuaries around the world and tried to see how they might be able to relate to some of our questions here. And the physical, I'm struggling with the topography of our delta makes it a more difficult question, particularly with the agricultural use that's within the delta in land subsidence associated with that. In the, although we have braided channels, and you find that in other places, the degree that they're heavily leveed, armored, and the types of diversions we have with agriculture seem to be very unique.
Thank you very much. So, and this is for Mr. Lehi, to complete this line of questioning. Would I be correct, sir, in my understanding that you are not aware of any completed project during the last 50 years anywhere in which reducing substantial amounts of freshwater flow into a large estuary did not result in a reduction in water quality?
Sorry, that was a very long question. Can you
And it
repeat
had two negatives in it, and I apologize. Why don't I see if I can get rid of one of the negatives? Are you aware of any project completed in the last 50 years that involved a substantial reduction of freshwater flows through a large estuary in which, as a result of the completed project, water quality was not reduced?
Can we break that into two questions, Mr. Keeling? So go ahead, repeat that. Just start your question and I will stop it.
Do you have any understanding of any large project completed within the last 50 years that entailed a substantial reduction of freshwater flows?
Stop right there. Answer that question, please.
completed? I don't know. This is a very vague question. I don't know.
So if you don't know, it would be fair to infer, would it not, that you're not aware of any such project, completed project, that did not result in reduced water quality?
That's not what he
Objection.
said.
Well, I'm asking.
No. Let's move on, Mr. Keeling.
Hearing Officer Dudek, if I might, this has been a very long week for our witnesses, and it's clear that they're getting a bit fatigued. If there's any way that we can, given Mr. Keeling informed us that that was the last question in that line of questioning, if there's any way we could break for the week, these folks would be able to provide the board with far more information if they had a rest.
Mr. Keeling, what are your other lines of questioning?
I have, I could probably finish this up in 10 minutes, if that would help.
Let's attempt to do that.
I mean, I have control over the questions, not the responses. In state water projects, Mr. Lehi, or excuse me, in operations, do you now currently employ any strategies or methods for the purpose of reducing harmful algal blooms in the delta?
No, not as part of, I don't believe so as part of my current, specifically looking at what you're asking, no.
In state water project operations under the WaterFix, if it's approved, assuming it's approved, have you put in place or planned any strategies or methods for the purpose of reducing harmful algal blooms in the delta?
Ms. Morris?
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. It assumes facts, not in evidence. Does Mr. Keeling have some evidence that the State Water Project or Central Valley Project operations cause or exacerbate harmful algal blooms?
Mr. Keeling?
I thought this hearing was all about harm to legal users of water if the WaterFix is approved, and then that, of course, will go to the conditions in which harmful algal blooms develop and flourish, reductions of freshwater flows, temperature changes, and the like.
I think she is objecting to you making that correlation. I believe you can ask that question without making that correlation, Mr. Keeling.
Well, I didn't make the correlation except in response to the objection. So, and in fact, I think there's no question pending. I think I got the answer to it.
Did you?
So, okay, so to your question, your second question, I don't think I did respond to, which was with the California WaterFix. Would
The ruling, Ms. Morris, is that Mr. Lehi will answer the question, and we will not recognize any sort of linkage between Mr. Keeling's implication of algal bloom and the proposed water fix, meaning one being the consequence of the other.
Right.
No, not directly.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the term residence time?
In the context of
waters of in operating the state water project in the Delta, in that context?
I'm familiar with the use that some folks have in terms of residence time, yes.
What is your understanding of the meaning of that term?
Objection, relevance. Maybe there's a question here, but
Let's go directly to your question, Mr. Keeling, with respect to residence time.
In your experience, and this may not be, you may not be the right witness, maybe you can tell me who it would be, but in your experience, would a reduction of freshwater flows from the Sacramento River into the Delta affect residence time in any part of the Delta?
I don't believe so, but that's better answered by the modeling panel.
Fair enough. In formulating your testimony about project operations under the WaterFix, did you consult with engineers employed by San Joaquin County?
No.
Did anyone on your team consult with employees of San Joaquin County?
Well, I can't speak for all of DWR, but no, I personally did not.
Did you consult with engineers retained by reclamation districts located in San Joaquin County?
I personally did not.
Are you aware of any such discussions by members of your team?
I'm not aware. I can't speak for the rest of DWR.
In formulating your testimony, did you consult with anyone in San Joaquin County who has, to your knowledge, has responsibility for groundwater management?
I have not, but I can't speak for everyone at DWR.
In formulating your testimony at this hearing, did you consult with any employee of Metropolitan Water District?
No.
Did you consult with any representative or agent of Metropolitan Water District?
No.
did you consult with any representative or agent of any of the federal contractors?
No.
Same question for the state contractors.
No.
I really hate to disappoint you. It's been so much fun, but I'm going to have to end it here. I can't figure out a way to bring us to 4:59. And by the way, thank you very much for your patience on a Friday afternoon for the entire panel.
Thank you, Mr. Keeling, and I will also add my thanks to the entire panel, especially Mr. Milligan and Mr. Lehi. It's been a long week. I admire your fortitude. I hope you get a lot of rest between now and Thursday, when we shall see you again. We will reconvene at 9 o'clock on Thursday. Thank you. A reminder from Mr. Ocean-Dusko that we will be reconvening in the coastal hearing room and not this room.
Sorry, I was closing down my computer. May I just put one thing on the record, please? Sorry. It will be very quick, I promise everyone. I'm here on behalf of the Environmental Justice Coalition for Water. I'm an authorized representative, and I would just like to let the hearing officers know that the EJCW would like to join in the recent requests for extension of time. They would appreciate a tiny bit more time to prepare their cases in chief, as they have very limited funding and very few people, and they were not able to prepare a written response and asked me to convey that to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve.
It should probably also be stated, this is Trip myself, it should also be stated that DWR is preparing a response to all the requests for extensions of time, and we will be submitting that on Monday.
On Monday. Thank you. Right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good weekend.